Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Holy fucking low volume. Yeah, you're telling me. 4.4.68 thousand shares traded this morning. I don't know if I've ever seen us open below 10,000 volume in the pre-market. It's weird. I don't know. I don't think it means anything, but you missed a tarot card reading for our boy. I'm okay with that. I think I got COVID. Could this affect MOASS? Probably not. Drink a lot of fluids. Stay in bed. Shills are arguing in the Discord. Just tag the mods if they're bothering you. Okay, I think the Discord audio is working. We'll see. Yeah, it's working. Can you put that orange demand zone back up that was in your chart? That was just the settlement window for ETFs. I don't know, Garrison. I was thinking about that this morning. It's like, what do I wait and see if. So here's the deal. Here's the problem with that. If I hold January's through the ETF settlement period, right? Like they're probably not going to lose a lot of value. They still have 3 weeks till expiry, but they'll lose some, and they can also just FTD that exposure. So it's like, do I wait and see if they're liable within that window, or do I just like buy Febs and let it play out instead of trying to like time the manipulation tactic? Russell 2K inverse ETF now on Reg Show. Of course it is. You playing Murder this week? No, I haven't been. What did it do? Didn't it like run big? Yeah. Bounce, and this doesn't look super great. Get a continuation to the upside? Maybe. Where's it trading right now? 163. It's already fallen below this. So, realistically, it's probably more like that. Huh. No, I'm probably not gonna. This is a little unpredictable. It could fall below its 250 EMA again. I mean, there's more downside to play here, definitely. Maybe like puts with a target of the EMA 250, so like down at 253. Maybe like 260 puts. What's the pre-market looking like? Just coming down more. Yeah, maybe like 260 puts. And cat's already up. So the 195s I bought the other day are already in the money. It Cat's just great. Why would you play 1223 when 1/7s and 1231s were cheap? I mean, I didn't buy that many calls for the 23rd. And the 1231s and the 1/7s weren't that much cheaper, right? Or like they weren't that much more money. Um, but like I could get a lot more leverage playing 1223s. I also only put like $3,000, I think, into weeklies. I mean, some of it's burned up, but they're only like 40% down, I think. Well, the 180s are okay, I guess. The 200s aren't doing so hot, and the 220s are down about 60%. Um, I mean, I'm gonna sell those off at the end of today anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. This can't be real. Cora's using the same thumbnail. He's just stealing my thumbnails now. I'm gonna wait till tonight before I close my Januaries. What's the volume of that last candle? 10. 10 shares traded. Also, for some reason, the time and sales reset. Is this the last trading day for the week? No, tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day. U.S. Security and Exchange Commission on Wednesday says Edgar system is facing technical problems. Interesting. So what do you think, Secure? GameStop announced something and then they took the Edgar system down? That'd be funny as hell. $3 spread? No, but a little over $1. And actually, up here, like $4 before you hit like an actual order block. Like these are just day traders and retail. AWS is having issues at their North Virginia data center. Okay. Do I think what will happen for AMC? I don't like AMC. I think it's not a good play. I feel like GameStop accepting cryptocurrency is bullish. What do they take? What are they accepting? Like Bitcoin? So you can pay like $30 in fees to buy something with crypto? BTC and Doge? Ew. Why Doge? I'm glad I sold my Doge at 30 cents. Ding ding. Well, somebody bought 5,000 shares at market open. That's about all that happened. If we see price action similar to yesterday, do you think it'll be late Jan before we see any significant movement? Mid Jan, not late. Into late January. 165 safe? Dude, I really don't know what's going to happen today, man. Because a lot of people have a lot of Dogecoin, and instead of bag holding, it may just be used to buy stuff, I guess. I mean, it's fine. As long as they don't go buying like a shitload of a crypto or something as a hedge, like Tesla did. Like I don't want. It would suck if GameStop's prices were affected by the crypto markets. Stop hating on Doge. It's not that I hate it. It's just like not that great. You know, there's just better. There's better cryptos, especially as something like transactionary. Like it's just not. Eh. The specific coins are up to Flexa. Oh, okay. No chart on Google. I have no idea. There's AWS issues, so that could be why. Well, obviously, the majority of payments aren't going to be in crypto. If they're using a service, it'll just be converted, right? Like if they're using Flexa to accept payments, then it'll just be converted to cash sales. So it doesn't matter. Same as taking credit cards at that point. If they still need to cover, they're really waiting until the last minute. Yeah. It's a bit odd. Yeah, AWS servers are down. So there's probably data issues. We'll see a lot of weird shit today. Are you gonna roll most of your Jan calls into Feb if we don't see any action today? I think so, yeah. I don't think I want to hold them through the possible ETF exposure. Right? Like we were talking about this last night, and if this is all ETF shorting, right? Now we have what, three potential three ETFs on Reg Show. Um and this is all ETF creation, especially if it's through an AP, right? Like that can drag this out T plus three. It can drag it out another six, and it can drag it out 35, right? So it's like, am I gonna push to assume that they'll like cover within the T plus nine? Oh wait, I don't have Epic Pen. Sorry. Fucking piece of shit. There it goes. So I could hold them out to like the 30th of December, and hope that they cover within the settlement window and they don't fail. But I can do that with Febs also and capture if they do fail. So it seems better for me just to move out to February's But I'll wait to see what happens today because, like, if there's still market maker exposure, which there appears to have been on all the other basket stocks that were equivalently shorted as well. And so, you know, GameStop still has the potential to come up a bit uh, before the end of today. And so at the end of today, if I don't see that, then yeah, I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move everything out to February, and then maybe in like the next week, I'll start picking up April's. Why is your stream from last Friday not available? Oh, it got a copyright strike. They took it down. I have to edit the file and re-upload it, but I suck at doing that. I don't think shorting algorithms are using AWS. Make it out of stock split. Interesting. Win volume. It's not happening. At least not right now. What do you think about Jan 28 weeklies though? Hold them or roll them? I mean, those are kind of like they're after like the brunt of FTD exposure, so you could probably hold them. Um, I'm not a fan of them, but I'll pick up on them as we approach that date. Did the market maker die? 40K volume in 60 minutes? In 6 minutes? Oh, 6 minutes. No. But the volume is unusually low today. It wasn't pre-market as well. Sometimes this is a good sign. But we'll see. Right? If they just dark pooled a shitload of orders at market open, which, fingers crossed, uh, then there may not be any actual volume to trade on the exchange. How closely did this huge drag down coincide with the launch of the meme ETF? Did that just fire hose a new supply of synthetics? I mean, it created new synthetics, but it doesn't have very many shares in it. It's a very small ETF. It's funny that exactly T plus 9 days after it launching, it was placed on the reg show threshold list. You can always blow your vape to your left. Can you chief one to the right? I suppose. If we don't see any price action, is Occam's razor at play? And the simplest explanation that they hedged leaps and quarterlies properly. No, they didn't. Right? I don't think there was very much hedging to the long side going on. Yeah. If they'd hedged properly, mm, I want to say it's possible, but I don't think so. I think what they did was they just shorted the price under all the calls. So, this is where the gamma exposure was, right? And they just dipped the price under it and rode it out as far as they could, right? And ensure that all of the call chain is out of the money. Like stock limbo. But the problem in doing that is in order to bring the price down, they have to use synthetics, right? And so even if they can evade the gamma exposure, they still create exposure to the creation process, right? And so, like it can push it out, but I guess we'll see how long. It can push it out to T plus 3. It can be marked for T plus 6, and they could fail to deliver it. So potentially, quite a ways out. Um, but more likely within the settlement window, especially with XRT and Meme going on Reg Show and the other one. Um, it's more likely that they'll be settled than that they'll fail to deliver or continuously fail. Um, we'll see though. Naked had a reverse split. I heard. Please remind everybody this still get a long-term investment and a good entry price. It is both of those things. Did you see Houston's last night? The CEO from eToys? No. If no price action today, how does the thesis change? It doesn't. I'll simply have to mark an exposure period for ETF creation and find out when the fails for that are going to be. It doesn't affect price action for January, and most of the fails that they will need to deliver in January have already occurred. So, would it be possible for them to hold off until power hour tomorrow to cover exposure? Or is today to the day? I mean, is it possible that they would need a dark pool that didn't print for 24 hours, which I don't know if there is one. And they also need like other people to agree to use that and transact in it. I mean, it's a lot of setup, right? And if the orders are big enough, like they're just gonna have to print them to the lit exchange anyway. There's a broker that some there's a reports that some brokers are having problems executing orders. Can you send me that report? Citadel's DMM, yeah. This whole saga, which green candle in the 1 minute scale has been your favorite? Oh, it was the one moving into close on February 24th when we halted into close. That was great. We personally roll a Jan 28 155C that you bought on decent IV. A 155? No, I wouldn't roll that. Uh I would just hold it. I don't think any of my calls are currently in the money. So like I'm gonna roll all of those out. Unless we close like above 160 today. In which case I'll keep my Jan 160s, but I'll roll out the rest. Gapping up $1 and down 50 cents is totally normal behavior, right? Sure. Yeah, the bid ask spread is very, very wide. Call chain for out of the money quarterlies for GME quarterlies. Also, the ETF. Well, they tank the ETFs too. GME was $20 December 20th. 9 month leaps were from March, which had dips. Yep. I don't know if it's only ETF leaps. So there were no GME leaps for December 17th. Those are it was just ETF and index leaps. Robert Dole. Is this little volume also confirm your thought that retail are actively buying as much as people think? Oh, I haven't. You don't need confirmation from today's price action to convince you of retail not buying that much. You can go through the time and sales and separate non-block orders. And it's not that retail never buys block orders, but it's very rare, right? And it's even rarer for the broker to actually execute them in a block. But if you look at non-block orders, they're like 5 to 8,000 a day. Shares. And some of that's also day traders because we see like 1,000 in sales a day, like sell orders that are non-block. So you think this will be our price till Jan 10 if there's no price action today? No, I think there's opportunity for us to go up within the ETF settlement window, Chris. But yeah, pretty flat out through January. So we might have a couple of boring weeks unless we see something happen today. Oh, can focus shorting ETFs. So creation, right, and then the sale of the created shares can drop GME, right? But yeah, they shorted the shit out of the ETFs as well, right? Because that makes creation cheaper. Did you see that 10,200 block order? Nope. See 4,000. 1,900. Oh, I don't see it. This, I guess. Ooh, coriander cookies with orange glaze. No, I'm not baking any cookies, but that sounds delicious. Have you heard from Yelia since her DD? Did Delta Neutral climb down to us? I'm not sure. No, I haven't. I have December 31st, 160. You think I should roll to Febs? I would wait for today before doing it. Can you explain how this affects that other graph with last year's price action overlaid? I mean, it doesn't affect it at all, right? Um, Last year's price action was not guaranteed to repeat, right? So it's just used as a guide so people can visualize where the exposure periods are. The first FTD date in Jan is Jan 10th. Yes. Thank you, CJ. Volume drier than Kenny's one. Could you could they have made a new dark pool and holding it in the back pocket as a new tool? I feel like we would have seen some sort of announcement about that though. Is it me or are we seeing them sit out opening? I think so. Did I miss a lot of chat? Can you explain how there can be any exposure like I'm 5. The close price on Friday was lower than every low since, let's say, February. I don't think it was the low. We closed at like 158 or 159 on Friday, right? What was our close? No, that's not Friday. 149.32? No, that can't be right. Did we close at 149 on Friday? What was the last time we closed that low? The last time we closed that low was August 5th or in May. We closed lower in May. Fidelity is showing all my options have not changed at all today. Price is not updating properly either. Curious. Interesting. AWS is down, so I'm sure they're having issues, or there's issues with data reporting. Your favorite candle wasn't the red one, and the price still went up 2 weeks ago? No. Fidelity's website is down too. I won't retrieve data, so stock price is fixed. Huh. I wouldn't worry about it. Would you sell Feb 250s and try to find another entry later? No, I'll probably just buy more of them. Twilight's favorite quill. Fave quill. Busy. I saw someone mention on Reddit that Wolverine is the listed DMM by CBOE. Never heard anyone say that. Thoughts? Interesting. I'd like to see proof of that. Chart looks weird today. Big wicks. Is this liquidity rolling up, creating volatility and price spread? And lack of volume compared to normal. I think we're seeing a lot of volatility due to the lack of volume. And we're almost 30 minutes into market open and we have 163,000 shares traded. Would you only roll out of the money calls because in the money calls present less risk? Yes, I would only roll out of the money calls. Fidelity quote issues. Look at Discord. Huh. And this has to do with AWS, right? Huh. All right, yeah. So Fidelity having issues. What's your plan with 950 contracts? If we don't get a run up today, I'm gonna sell them. XRT went up a fair bit yesterday. Any reason behind that? Covering. All of the meme basket stocks, like all of the ETF basket, have run this week except GameStop. They don't care about the DOJ. They're not doing, like, they have to be doing something illegal to give a shit about the DOJ, right? Exploiting a loophole is not illegal, unfortunately. the DD is true, why didn't short hedge funds just cover it in January when the buy button was off? I mean, the price was still going up when they turned the buy button off. Why push the SI into options and ETFs? To obfuscate it so that it wouldn't have to be reported. They weren't going to cover it. If they'd covered it, I mean, you're talking about thousands of percent loss per position. By the time the run in December started, right, of last year, by the time like price action first really kicked off, leading into January, Melvin's position was already like negative 900%. T plus 44 from 130 is Feb. It's not T plus 44. It's T plus 9 trading days. And then 35 calendar days. You cannot combine these. They are different. These are trading. These are calendar. And it's the whole window that they were shorting the ETFs through. So it was from the exposure date on the 23rd. So throughout this entire period, they shorted through the ETFs. This was all share creation, right? And enough of it that, you know, they put a couple of those ETFs on the threshold list. So it's T plus 9 from each of these days. And then 35 days from that. So it's an entire window of like short action. So I mean the nearest being the fuck is this? Uh, 111, and the furthest out being January 31st. So from here to here, they have to cover this price action. Most AMC apes also have GME. It's the GME apes in denial. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do we get trolled by so many fucking AMC bag holders? You will see non-block orders only when you switch stocks. And they're all blocks. Try it. Go to the ticker, come back to GME. Full of non-block. Wait for a while, all block. Oh, interesting. No institutional interest today? I'm looking at picking over the call. Do you think I should be considering Feb's or April's? Up to you. April's less risk, right? but more money. So it's strange of them to not return shares yet. If they wait until the deadline in Jan, wouldn't that be dangerous considering the FOMO and options expiring? Yeah. But also, consolidating all their exposure into a small period of time may give them a better chance at surviving it. I'm not left-handed. Hypothetically, what do you do with some of the very red Feb 300s? I might sell them, right, at the end of today and buy back in like a week or so. M. And it's just so like I don't lose more money on them over the next week, and then I'll average down the entire position at that point. It seems like they're preventing GME from crossing the daily MACD. Is that an actual counter strategy or just a chance it's floating around there? Um, it's not so much a counter strategy. I mean, there's algorithms that'll buy GameStop on like a bullish MACD crossover. There's ones that like track that. But I don't think it presents a lot of buying pressure. Will we see more price action than from all the ETF shorting? What's the timeline for that? Well, it's either T plus 3 or T plus 9. Um, or it's T plus 6, depending on if the AP is carrying the exposure or not. But they can also fail it, right? So ETFs are trickier to track because if Reg Show prevents them from failing, then we'll have this window and this window. But this is today, right? Today and tomorrow morning. This is out in next week. If they fail, that can drag all the way out for 35 more calendar days from next week. So if they do cover their exposure today, if people didn't dump their calls, they'd have more gamma exposure to cover as the price rises, right? Yes. Have you looked at IR&T today? I haven't. Is it doing crazy shit? Oh, nice. Up 7%. Not enough. Expected more. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day on it. Cat's still coming up. If anybody was in on this, this is pretty awesome. Spy. Spy's got a lot of room to run. If they don't need to cover Gex anymore, why aren't they shorting us down? They're not using any more creation, right? They don't want to continue the experiment. They've used a lot of their shorting power in the last 2 weeks. I'm sure that their margin is feeling the pain. I don't think they're going to try to short it even more at this point. If they manage to dodge gamma exposure, then they're just gonna cover whatever small amount they have slowly, and the price is going to remain stable. Well, that's good for him, Bones. If they don't need to cover Gex anymore, why are they showing? Are they beginning to cover the bid asking from $1 to 3 cents? And yeah, but it's like back at like 60 cents now. So how are they getting out of this ETF exposure date? I feel like this might actually be crime. How are they getting out of the ETF exposure date? What do you mean? View opt in cycle? They're not. They can fail to deliver though. It's just going to create a lot of like buy pressure over a couple weeks if they do that, though. Like an equivalent amount of buy pressure to the upside. I can't think of a reason to do that though, besides like try to kick it and hope for a market crash between then and now, like or between the two time frames. Why is everyone rolling Febs to April? Any new insight? I have no idea. People feel safer with Aprils, I guess. I mean, Aprils are more sensitive to volatility too, so there's like that's fun. I think also the IV on April's is lower, like 15 or 16% lower. What time frame would we expect dark pools to print? I mean, they're dark pools. We don't know, but usually in the later afternoon. How's JPM going long on GME? Not the biggest news on mainstream financial media. We don't talk. They don't talk about GME. Doctor Susan Kitty Cat. Hey, Girk, love the show. Get in touch for a collab. Also, don't forget to pick up my books. The latest release. How does. Thanks, Kyle. Are you still holding any weeklies? Yeah, I have 220s for this Friday. 220s, 180s, 200s, all expiring tomorrow. Not a lot of them. Not a lot of contracts, but a few. I mean, there's a timestamp. You don't need to tell me what time you're writing the thing at. I know I'm really far behind in chat. Enjoy the holiday. Sorry, no membership let expire, but know you were cool enough that doesn't matter to you. Still a premium member, so you get some pennies. Thanks for the entertainment. Absolutely, man. No worries. Um, Hypothetically, if the sub 300 represented your entire buying power, would it be the same strategy, you think? Or in that case, better just diamond hand for a run? Probably the same strategy, right? Because, like, if I don't expect anything significant to happen um, for, several days, like, holding those contracts through that period just means you're paying for the theta. But you really have no intention of using it. That's a decision you have to make, though, because there is potential in this window for them to cover, ETF exposure. And if that's the case, then, it could run in the earlier part of this window. So I might extend the timeline before rolling Febs or selling out of Febs and buying back into them. In that situation. Very sus with AWS and also fidelity issues. We'll see. Can't close or open calls. Interesting. I don't know what's going on with Fidelity. Call them, see if they have any like time frame on getting services up and running again. Isn't that the solution? Instead of gamma exposure T+2, it's ETF T+3 with dark pools, so they can cover until end of tomorrow. I mean, potentially, right? But ETFs, they can also extend that another T+6. It's far trickier to try to track ETF exposure because there's more settlement dates. Will rolling calls affect price action negatively? No, it should affect it positively, right? Because by taking a near dated call, and rolling it out to a far dated call. Even at the same strike, you increase the delta. So they're gonna hedge this more than this. I'm trying to close calls and I can't. Is Fidelity gonna pay me back the theta? No. You can argue with them and fight it, but probably not. Sometimes people have success. Fidelity ATP backup for me. Yeah, make sure you guys close and try to relog if you're having issues. Do you have any thoughts on the price action yet? No. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like a run to 175, 180 today. I hope so. I haven't completely lost faith in a run happening yet. Just given that all the other ETF basket stocks have had significant exposure, right? DDS ran super hard in the pre-market and came back down. Macy's has been up pretty hard for the last few days. AMC is just tanking. That one's really not the best one to look at. BBBY. So it looks like they're done covering some of these. Check the ETFs. XRT running up. IJR. What's the Schwab one? No, it's on emerging markets. Crap. I need to ask Cherd what the Schwab one is. There we go. VXF. VXF coming up hard. So all of these have seen some amount of bounce back after this massive short attack. Except GameStop. GameStop's been fairly flat. Like we're up a little bit from our bottom, but no indication of significant covering occurring. It's up apparently, so PY should run, right? I mean, I don't know how hard it's going to run. It doesn't really trade a lot of volume. Nothing happens in this cycle. I'm debating holding Jan 200s from a TA historical perspective. We usually don't stay this far down for long, and we've got a good bounce going regardless. That's fair. But you have to remember that that's like a risk, right? Not rolling them creates a risk that nothing happens. On the 50 MOASS, my true love gave to me no AMC, 4 soiled bananas, 3 jars of mayo, 2 data analysts, and a shitload of GME. Thank you, Chaki Seki. Beautiful. Could it be that run will start during power hour? Yeah, that's possible. Fidelity won't let me buy any GME. Okay. So basically, they're eating the cost now. They're having server outages. I'll just put this on this stream so people stop talking about it. Sudden big green candles bode well for today. They're not big and they're not very green. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Oh Jesus, how far behind am I? GameStop tweeted, "Speak up, we can't hear you." On the microphone, then remove the tweet. That tweet was for you. Not much to say, but I'm gonna lose this free super if I don't use it before membership re-up. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. I appreciate it. Market running up and GME going down, so short hedge funds making money today. We'll see. At what point today would you say a run isn't happening today? The end of day. Too late for cat AMD potential entry or expiry. What's AMD doing today? Down a little bit in the pre-market, consolidating. What was yesterday's high? What did it hit? 144.50. This isn't a terrible entry on AMD, but I would give it some time. It looks good for a breakout to the upside. It's just, it may need a little time to realize that. Sears down 25%. What? Who cares? He won't look at the glitch. Fuck you, Moonwen. All right. Send me pictures of your fucking chair, you son of a bitch. Bastard. I mean, if there's issues with servers, and maybe we're not seeing order flow because orders aren't being placed. There's other things that could be down, like PFOF and stuff like that. They're keeping market participation at a minimum. Thank you, Dangerous Dan. I appreciate that, man. So any expected price action events in January that can be pushed off similar to this? Most of January's FTDs, and they can't really dodge those, right? If they can net the FTDs out, then that gives them an opportunity to clear some of them. But I feel like at this point, there's going to be so many fucking FTDs in January that it's going to be mostly unavoidable as a trigger for a short squeeze. All short squeezes start with FTDs. And so uh, that's where our big pileup of FTDs is occurring. So them pushing out price action into that January window is fine, right? Like it's not great in the near term, obviously, but it definitely it definitely improves the odds for January for something significant to happen. I'm not sad today. I'm a little tired. I had a long day yesterday. Check out my DM. Weird bug. It's not weird bug. It's just you sending me pictures of your fucking chair that you stole my chair. It's even the same color, you prick. I'm gonna ban you. No, I haven't seen it. I don't really watch YouTube. The answer is obvious. The demand zone is being hacked. So we don't run now. Why would we run in January? Last Jan was just FOMO, and we don't have that this time. Last January was FTDs. There was shitloads of FTDs. There was FOMO, sure, but it was because of those FTDs that people FOMOed in. Thank you for all the God tier DD, great entertaining content and knowledge. Also, thanks for motivating me to do proper research once again. Oh, and check DMs. Ooh, what's this? Cool. But it's cold brew. It's cold brew, cool daddy. You know how I feel about cold brew. Haven't sold any CCs yet. Didn't AWS have issues November 22nd also? Did it? I don't remember. I don't think so. What would you like my son to call you after he is able to talk? He's got dada down. That's me. Does Uncle Pickle sound good? No, please no. No name for me. But the FTDs may not trigger a short squeeze if their FTD volume is low, right? But it's not. If they just packed an entire fucking leap exposure into FTDs, those FTDs are not going to be low. Moonwood is not winning in the popularity contest. Democracy. Of course I can ban a member. It's not it's options. Exercising of options doesn't create a gamma ramp, it creates a gamma squeeze. Is there any way to estimate this January's FTDs versus last January's FTDs? Absolutely not. There's no fucking way in hell to do that. Even institutions wouldn't be able to do that. You would have to know each tick or each sale that failed. It's absolutely impossible. I'm still waiting for a run today, Noah. If you ban me, I will downgrade to Long Johnson. Oh yeah, I realize that, Elena. It's terrible. Gamma squeeze is what my grandma does when I haven't seen her in a while. Are you streaming the earnings call today? Whose? We of the pigeon whales will have an uprising if a fellow pigeon whale is banned. Why? You can consolidate power. You have bots shilling the yes button. Now that the position might be centrally managed, they have more insight into their FTDs though, rather than having to worry about other participants. Yes. If that is true. Quick name. If you ever find yourself next to me on the first class flight after MOASS and you're feeling tired, feel free to rest your head on my shoulder and take a nap. I don't mind. I will hum a soft lullaby in your ear to help you sleep. Thank you, Danrod. That's so sweet of you. How could we run later in the day if the orders had to be placed this morning? Genuinely curious about the mechanics. So they placed the order, block orders. At market open. In dark pools, right? Those dark pools print at various times throughout the day, depending on which dark pool they use. So, say one prints at like 10:30, one prints at noon, one prints at 1:09, one prints at 2 o'clock. This one prints at like 3 p.m. And they have block orders in all of these, and those block orders are then spread out, and they don't print to the lit exchange until later in the day. What do you think the chances are prime brokers have already decided the buy button is being disabled in January? I don't know. We'll see. No DFE interview today. Tammy Busey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I voted yes. When can I collect my bot shill payment? How does it feel to be called bots? Why would the pigeon whales rise up? We didn't do that when Ka got rightfully yeeted into the obligations warehouse. As a pigeon whale and a mod, the fewer pigeon whales, the better. I get to flex on more people at a more dramatic rate. Burn. I mean, ban them all. You just want it to be only me and you, Carl. I know what's going on here. Is it possible for you to predict the exact future because I got irresponsible options, or no? Let me get this straight. They failed to roll futures, failed to cover Gex in November, failing to cover Gex in December. What's next? Piling up for January to be fucking massive, correct? It appears that way. It appears that they are just pushing everything into fucking January that they feasibly can. If the Siri gives us nothing else, it gives us the ability to track where they're fucking us and how, which is fun. Could Ralston Benham's CFTC delay of options reporting until the 23rd allow hiding infinite FTDs and swaps? Also, why can't they put all the FTDs in the obligation warehouse? They need volume. And to put the FTDs in the obligations warehouse requires, GameStop getting delisted or something like that. If this is leap exposure, surely those options were taken out last year when GME was like $12. Should still be loads in the money, and then suppressing the price wouldn't matter. I mean, a lot of them were like probably exercised and sold, right? If they were bought last year, Silver Reserve. Can you see if you can get the Reddit post about Wolverine being DMM? Yeah, if someone has that, I guess. Okay, ATP seems to be up and running now. Plumber Poopy Hands, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will add you to the country club after the stream. Man, people are really angry at Moon for stealing my chair. Currently generating FTDs on this bathroom install. Fidelity was having issues, probably due to AWS. Are you expecting movement on T+3, T+6 next week? Possibly. I don't know. They can just fail to deliver all of that, right? I mean, the fucking XRT and me are already on Reg Show, so why not just keep failing? So now the question is, how can they get out of covering in January? Or will there be continuous price suppression until the last possible moment in late Jan? Continuous suppression. It's possible. I think once the FTDs start rolling in, like there's no dodging that, right? Like they will need to generate sufficient volume to clear those FTDs. Otherwise, if they don't clear the FTD, they're forced to buy in. I know this is a stock channel, but I have a problem. I had a dream last night and my ex was in it. It was terrifying. How do I resolve this problem so it doesn't happen again? I have no idea, Jeff the Privileged. How much did you pay for this election result? Nothing. No, they are not. This is fake news. Moonwind Poll got more votes than the stream has likes. Plus dark pools printed tape. Are we on track for all-time low volume? Yeah, it's this is very, very low. What was our lowest for a day? Like 800K, something like that. It could be regional Big Dilly style. Like some people are more affected by it than others. The Wolverine thing is mentioned in Crayons, clearing up some things about options, DD. Interesting. I've not seen any mention of that otherwise. Well, it can do it. So they're the DMM for GameStop on CBOE. I think there'd be multiple. They uncover the ETFs on the threshold list before 1.6. I thought they aren't able to short that ETF anymore. So how can they have T plus 35 on top of that? So after 1.6, that T plus 13 for the to stop shorting in the ETF, then this starts to go back and settle. So like on 1.7, it settles the T plus 1 date. On 1.8, it settles the T plus 2 date, and so on, right? So this creates a pattern of continuous settlement on the ETF after the 13th day of it being on the reg show threshold list. They everything up until this, they can continue to fail. They can continue to short through that ETF as well. What's the story? Waiting for afternoon rip. Waiting for something. If they're pushing everything to Jan, it's difficult to not think the hooligans are planning shenanigans. I'm sorry. I missed a bunch of these. If you ever find yourself Chug calling out Han is in Pigeon Wales, please don't ban Moon or no more Chags. Okay, your vote is considered, President Darth Dan, Cardinals of Pickles and VWAP. Block orders from dark pools come in at certain price, or is it buy X amount no matter? Usually they're market orders. If they're not, so I think what we're seeing happen is they're not filling in the dark pool when that happens, and then when they're dumped to the lit exchange, they're dumped to the lit exchange as a market order. BlackRock Research Department. Could JPM know something that all of us don't, like margin calls or share recalls? It's possible. Yeah, they could know something we don't. I'd like to know what strikes they bought and for what dates. Didn't we have a huge conversation about antiquated older brokers run on old software? Countless band-aids. Yes. Can you explain which type of moving average I should use on a stock? Is there whichever one the stock validates? Ideally, the ones the stock validates, but you can use them all and just see where it lines up. No, I didn't. I don't watch YouTube, so I haven't seen anybody's anything. Is it possible what is or isn't happening right now with the stock would be in line with JP Morgan's short squeeze announcement if GameStop is the stock they're referencing? I think JP Morgan is referencing the like more of like a market wide kind of squeeze condition than specifically referencing GameStop. Have you noticed that Darth Dan's singing has gotten significantly better? I seriously think he might be taking lessons. It's possible. Can you stream your 2021 Reddit recap? No, I don't even know what that is. I just spent an hour trying to set up the Loop Ring fiat wallet. It's the equivalent of trying to break into Fort Knox. The Crawfords admit defeat. Have to wait for a YouTube idiot guide coming out. All the very best for Christmas and also New Year. Gherk, thanks, do. Appreciate it, Graham. Happy holidays to you as well, man. JP Morgan Investment Desk put their pickle in my jar. We bought 510 weeklies because of your DD. Just waiting on those dark pools to print, homie. Hugs. Uh, Thank you, JP Morgan Investment Desk, Morty. I appreciate that. I was finally able to what? God damn it, where did it go? Not a bot, yeah, just a pickle up duder. Not a bot, yo. Like them AMC looters. Not a bot, bro. We some GME duders. Not a bot. We can't be a bot. It's impossible. We still have to eat and drink to stay alive. Multiple Ko-Fis missed. Did I miss another one? No. I'm good. I'm all caught up. Would you be able to commit to pushing play on AMC as a dud before you leave us at MOASS on repeat, please? Let the kids vibe with the ticker. Yeah, when I leave for MOASS, the stream's getting turned off. All right, there's not going to be any elevator music or live charts. It's all done. Like I'm fucking shutting it down and walking away. Can you explain Ivy Crush and what would happen as a result of all the open interest on the far dated 950 calls if you sell to close? In what way is it better to select low OI strikes? What? It's not better to select strikes at the low OI. But you don't have to worry about getting rid of your 950s. They'll buy them for their fucking replicating baskets. Do you think it's worth to play the other meme stocks like Express and Cost? Options for Express are cheap as fuck for Feb 18. It could be. I'm kind of interested in Dillard's myself. It just sets a 13-day timer on FTDs. Yeah. 817K volume, October 8th was the lowest volume. Okay, thank you, douchey bag. If they internalize all this leap exposure, what would that mean for the nearest days? I mean, it's not internalization, right? If they just shorted it under the gamma, then there's no internalizing going on there. I mean, there might be some, but not a significant amount. It's what they're doing is creating fails. So what if they do what you expect them to do today and they're just going to drag it out more? I mean, awesome. I'm prepared for it. I want to say thanks for continuing to push that weeklies are dumb. It kept me putting only 10% into weeklies rather than 75% for this time. I feel less stressed. Yeah, I can tell that a lot of people are holding further out calls right now because nothing's really happening, but people aren't super worried. Like, people are losing a little bit of money on January's, and I'm sure people are losing some money on Feb's, but there's plenty of time to average those down. There's opportunities to roll out. By holding long term contracts, we can, dodge the fuckery as it occurs. Although avoiding this gamma exposure for this entire basket of stocks must be costing billions and billions of dollars. Like this isn't just GameStop, right? This is entire ETF retail baskets. And I don't know if they're hoping that they can dodge it long enough for Omicron to like cause a market crash, but this this amount of like kicking the can, like it's fine if they're just kicking the can on GameStop, right? And letting the rest of it run and stabilize, but they're not, right? It's just the whole fucking basket of stocks. The exposure is so much bigger than just GameStop. We bought all the strikes for all the dates. Per down detector. Yeah, it appears that Fidelity is up and running fine now. You sneak up the BlackRock MOASS floor and check if they're still on it. Maybe they're already on vacation. Where the fuck was I? If prices stay low into the new year, well, I'll be able to buy more responsible strikes after the mortgage is paid. Lol, hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. Can you play the AMC as a dead song and clip it? No. Small flex on the pores. Merry Christmas, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for delivering solid information about the stock market and relationship advice. Riku, good sir. Thank you, Jeff the Privileged. Thank you so much. I have an arrangement with Carl for a stream after MOASS. If if my demands are satisfied, it will happen. Moonwind, you do realize that 63% of people want you banned for stealing my chair. Dillard calls, are you interested in? I'm interested. I might be interested in some Dillard calls. I'm just saying. SPXS calls for Feb to hedge. You could. I have some. I have VIX calls too. You probably want to look, Dungston, you probably want to look in the money, not out of the money. It just feels like that your DD on exposure really caught them with their pants down again. What was the date that you dropped the DD? I think the final part of it came out. What was it? November 21st. I think was the last one. Cowboy Chipmunk, thanks for your patience and continuous leadership. We love you. Thank you so much, Cowboy Chipmunk. I appreciate that. I don't think the short hedge fund are waiting for the market crash, but rather new rules that allow them to get. But they're kicking. It's like such a short term extension of exposure, right? Like, and the like, I feel like there's so many better ways to do that without taking on that kind of risk. Goldman Sachs intern, thank you for the £1. I appreciate that. Prime for breakout after this consolidation, maybe. Fed 510s with a whopping volume of 10 today. The 510 gang is holding strong. Nice. Maybe they calculated that spending money to kick the can, however number of days, could end up being cheaper than covering today. Also, maybe year-end bonuses. Maybe. Maybe they need it to extend it for tax purposes or to offset the losses into another year. Are you concerned about at all about Santa putting you on the naughty list for being a big old chill? No, not at all, popcorn trader. There's no action today. Do you have till pre-market tomorrow, or is today the day? Today is the last day for market, like for gamma exposure. So it's T+2. There's no time left on that. It can create FTDs, but they'd have to create an awful fucking lot of them. DDS has a $70 spread pre-market today. Did Moonwind vote yes for himself? I have no way of telling. The polls are anonymous. Probably. Moonwind's post-ban account. I will never be silenced here. When your hair was still on, did you ever put it in a man bun? No. God, no. If we were to ban Moonwind, you'd essentially be writing Jimmy Darmody out of the script of Boardwalk Empire. We'd end up with a worse foil for the show. Interesting. To be honest, my singing is only getting better because I'm doing songs I'm more comfortable with. Maybe one day soon I will sing a song I know well and make you all swoon and cream your pants. Well, thank you, President Darth Dan. Is that how you lure them behind the Wendy's dumpster with your siren song? Thank you again, Goldman Sachs intern. Would you sell Febs if down 40% tomorrow, or keep diamond handing them? If down 40% tomorrow, or keep diamond handing them. Also, stealing is punishable by getting hands. I wouldn't sell Febs until further out, until after the ETF exposure. So, provided that they start settling some of that ETF exposure over, T+3 +6, right? um, which started after that big drop last week, so before Friday. So I would wait until that window is closed before selling any Febs. So I might hold the Febs to like end of December, right? And then I'll move. I'll sell the out of the money Febs from end of December through January like 9th, and then buy back into them, or 8th. Trina getting scissors. What? For what? Dark pool orders print to the exchange and show up on the chart. What does that actually mean? Spike of volume, market orders? Yes, both. Are there dark pools that print to after hours? No, I don't think so. They have to hit the lit exchange. It's just the chart. It says check back at 1269. It's obvious now that they don't care about taking on more risks since there's no consequences. I mean, there are consequences. It's a question of can they manage the consequences, and it's not looking like good for them, right? What's up, cough burp? Yeah, we're moving, but not very fast. What exactly do you know about JPM's position in GameStop? Asking for a friend. Oh, Goldman Sachs intern. JP Morgan did big long bullish things on GameStop, buying shares and options, increasing their holdings of both with no put hedge. I mean, if Goldman were wanting to make a bunch of money, maybe they would consider doing something like that as well. They could buy even more than JP Morgan. When you're losing a strategy game and have no hope of winning, your only hope is to keep playing and hope the other player disconnects. If you're evil and able, you'd also try to DDoS your opponent. Well, you wait till your opponent makes a mistake, right? My favorite pickle financial moment was when Houston read a comment from at Moonwin and the collective pickle audience giggled behind their screens. Moonwin must stay. Hmm. All right. Argument noted. He did steal my chair, though. He stole my chair and then sent me a picture of my fucking chair. He's lucky I didn't ban him immediately and I allowed the democratic process to occur. I have to sit in this goddamn Staples chair for 8 hours a day because he stole my chair. Is this a cover as you say this week? Wouldn't we see large sweeps, blocks, and options for GME calls this week? Wouldn't other hedge fund pick up on this pattern and take advantage? I think we have seen larger options flow come in. What we did see was a shitload of call options come in throughout this whole dip. From during this period, after we fell below the 250, this entire period was marked with large block orders of long dated call options. So we did see calls come in, a lot of them, a few $100 million worth. Moonwind lynch mob after hours 4:30 Eastern. Oh, Eastern Standard Time. It's not daylight savings anymore. Ooh. I'm a funny guy. I think that's the only solution is that Moonwind drives the chair to my house and leaves it with me. They can't cover anything because Options Chain is a rocket ship, and their only options is just to FTD everything. However, those FTDs are just nuclear bombs at the finish line. Yeah, I mean, so all of our options are, out here, and they're kicking exposure to here, right? So it's like, and then once it fails, that's it. There's no more extensions from this point, right? So I don't understand the fucking point. Like, are they just hoping that we reduce our open position? Like it can only increase, right? Like their exposure is only going to go up. And then once Aprils are cheaper, we're going to start seeing buying in April, June. Like Even aside from our interests, we're going to see this happen as GameStop transforms and further dated calls are bought by funds that are bullish on GameStop, right? So it's like, I don't understand the purpose of kicking the exposure into like the center of this, of these options, right? Like it seems so pointless to not just run the stock now and then hopefully get people to sell. Like that's how they get the volume to continue, is by running the stock. If they don't run it, if they don't give upside, then these contracts will just remain open and increase in number. Would you not relish it if moving and getting assigned while sitting in your chair? So you have to keep them around so you can rub it when Laura averages comes covered call calling. Thank you, Seacraft. That would be awesome. Unless they've given up. Yeah, but it's hard for me to believe that they would give up so soon and so easily. Unless they can't survive any run. It's possible. They never intended to close. But then it's just death. Like, there's... I can't lie, I'm a little hurt you want me gone. Well, that was the purpose of the poll, man. To show you that you're not quite as popular as you think. And that you need to tone it down a notch. Girk Sensei, if you're doing a stream post MOASS, can we start taking proof or ban bets from the audience? I.e., we'll get a tattoo of a pickle on my ... No, probably not best, Chucky Seki. Assuming we have correct knowledge, they're kicking the can to the wall. They know they can't get past anymore. Essentially. But there's no indication we're going to see a crash in the next fucking month. Like, they must know that the economy is, I mean, it's weak, but stable. DMI interesting right now? That's all right. What are you looking at it on? Like, maybe we still have to break 160. DMI get really interesting if we break 160. Couldn't it be that there is a risk assessment that's decided better to push it all to Jan where the stand has to be? And they decided it's better to fight there than give retail profits to double down even more so on those options. Try to ruin options sentiment again. Possibly, but everyone's, I mean, like, if they're following the DD and they're doing that shit on purpose, like, they already know everyone's got far dated calls. They're not really fucking hurting anybody by doing that, except themselves. I think they'd be far better running the price of the stock and getting people to sell out of those options, and releasing some of that exposure. Like, retail might double down, but it might not double down as much. Retail could still average down, so it's I don't know. That thought, like, if that's the plan, the process it's flawed. It doesn't benefit them in any way. If you can vote on the poll, you can upvote the stream. That's true. Drop an upvote, guys. It helps. I know it's such a huge inconvenience to click that button, but if you could just exit full screen, 1 second, click like, and then move on. You don't even have to keep watching the stream after that point. Still a hopeful idea on their part on the crash. I don't think so. That would be there's no indication of a crashing coming. The market's rallying like crazy right now. Fucking already getting ready to break 465 again to the upside. Um, fully correcting or fully bouncing from its correction at this point. I don't. I don't think they're counting on a crash in the next month. If there's no market mechanic that lets them out, then it's blackmail a senator time. Might not be good enough. Yeah, apparently Macors just stole my stream card. I don't know. Maybe they hope Omicron cases will surge after the holidays and the market will panic and sentiment will tank. Maybe, but I don't. At this point, I don't really see a significant crash outside of like SLD corrections until late Fed, maybe March. Our community is the best trend of super stock on options and making them panic and talk about how things can be ruined. How do you think super stock will react if they just burn and burn, especially those that bought Freg's Day long term and are eating it hard? How do you think things could be ruined? I mean, they can't, right? Like, if they bought on Freg's Day and they bought on a peak and they're fucking getting burned, like they have all of January to realize the value in those contracts, right? So like I'm not like I have Feb like 350s and 300s that are down 65, 70%. I think some of them are down 70%. And it's completely fucking irrelevant, right? Because I have the entire month of January for those contracts to realize value still for GameStop to run. So it's like I don't need to sell them. I don't care. I don't care if they're down 99%, right? If they still have months to expiration. Because the second we run an IV spikes, they'll go back up. Can you get a pull to ban Pi-Fi for being a shell? Do you think China is stable? Stabilized. Looking at blackmailing a senator will be enough. Libor to SOFR crash? Maybe. I know the sentiment is that people are diamond handing, but could retail be selling more than we want to accept? They're getting enough liquidity to just keep this going. I mean, I don't think the push for people to sell and then DRS helps, right? That creates liquidity. Um, Especially if their shares weren't being lent in the first place. That's the problem, is unless you have confirmation that your shares are being lent, you should probably assume that your broker is following their fiduciary duty and not lending your shares. Also, the lack of increase in borrow rate indicates that nobody's really lending shares. Or if they are, no one's borrowing them. I think a lot of this time has been spent with the illusion that shares are being constantly borrowed to short, and I don't think that's been the case at all. I think 90% of the shorting that occurs on GameStop has occurred through bona fide market making and synthetic shorting due to the options chain. And then the rest of it has all occurred through ETFs, which isn't shorting, it's creation and selling, right? So they're making shares and then selling them. That's not a short position. It's not held. That's that. And those aren't bought back until they failed, and they come due. Making money on other shorts. They're short fucking everything. I mean, it's pretty obvious. If you're watching GameStop and you're, the same manipulation is occurring on 50 other equities and 100 different ETFs. And they're not just short GameStop, right? They're short the entire fucking retail sector. GameStop is just unique because it already had a massive short position on it going into last January, and it has a low float and no liquidity. I don't know, 2 to 4 weeks, how bad it is. Yeah. Your stream card is hands down way better looking than Matt's. Good. Thank you guys. Good on you, Greg. That's how I feel about my weeklies. I didn't get your alert this morning. Anyone else? Which alert? For the YouTube stream? Do you have them turned on? Make sure they're on. Try turning them off and on if that happens. What if they do a fake crash and a fake squeeze at the same time? That's just a lot of... Well, that could be more... That'd be more sustainable than a fake squeeze. It's interesting. But yeah, that's so fucking uncontrollable. I mean, you're talking about faking a market crash and squeezing the stock simultaneously. No, that's more money than they have. Mudson, thank you so much, Mudson. I appreciate that, dude. Happy holidays, man. What are some of my jams? If there's supposed to be massive price action in January, maybe a good idea to re-enter them later or only hold Febs. Why would I sell my jams? Well, because of theta decay, right? So, if price action in January doesn't really start to kick off until the 10th, and we don't see significant price action until like the 20th, then those 21st calls are like not that great, right? Like they're like 1 DTE at this point. But if you have Febs, you can just watch all this go down. Like any short-term manipulation like what we're experiencing now, this can all be, ignored because you have a far dated call. And Feb is outside of all window of attrition, right? And so, whatever obfuscation they do in order to shift their covering or move it around, Febs cover that entire period. So, essentially it traps, like February calls trap them, Feb and later, trap them. It means that, no matter what they do to dodge exposure, that the fails will still occur within the range of those February contracts. So they can do whatever they want and they'll still fail to deliver within the window of those February calls. That's why Feb calls are so great. Feb and later, obviously. Later, same effect, less theta decay, but more expensive. I've decided I'm going to become a GME day trader. Use only 1 second chart, as it's about as dynamic as the 15-minute chart on any other stock. Yeah, just do whatever you want, man. I wouldn't advise that. Those gap ups can also be gap downs. What do you think about RRP? Maybe relevant to Citadel's other short positions, but probably not GameStop. AMC is down more than GME and not following on the spikes. Could it be that AMC hedge is being sold off a little for capital, i.e. fund upcoming obligations? It's possible. We wouldn't know unless you saw like the Citadel's next 13F and there was a reduced position in AMC. Gherk and the majority of this chat have too much faith in the system, and it shows. It's not faith in the system. It has nothing to do with faith. This is just how it works. If you have no faith in the system, then you have no faith in MOASS happening, because the system will not allow it to happen. If the system is absolutely corrupt, there will be no short squeeze, and nothing you can do can stop that. So if you think the opportunity for a short squeeze is there, you have to have faith that the system works in some regard. Would you sell your weeklies now or wait for... Oh, I'm definitely waiting for a miracle today before I sell my weeklies. Biggest Dan. How many places will report weak Christmas earnings before... spending's up, I think. Like, Black Friday wasn't good, but I think holiday spending's up pretty decently. Holiday spending generally is not as affected by economic conditions as you would think. Super conspiracy here, but what do you think about the possibility of DRSing leading to GME being delisted from the NYSE and thereby getting their position in the obligations warehouse forever? I've thought about that a bunch. Lawrence of Balabia. I don't see how DRSing is going to get it delisted. I've definitely given it a lot of thought, but I don't see a mechanism by which that could occur. Please clarify on selling fib calls if they have lost value versus holding them for the expected run. I'm just going to average them down, right? If I sell feb calls, I will only sell them in... hold on, I'll just pull it up so I can explain it. If I sell my February calls, I will be... Hold on. And it would only be the far out of the money ones. I have no intention of selling anything near the money at all. But if I sell them, it will be like right around here after the T+6 window has closed from the 17th. So T+6 from the 17th is... son of a bitch. Where's the measurement tools? T+6. So there. So the soonest I will sell any Feb calls is December 29th. And then I would be buying them back by January 5th or 6th. So it'd just be a very narrow window that I would sell them for. If I sell any, which I may not. I may just average them down. My January calls... I kind of want to sell them today and just move out to Febs. '28th. I might hold some Januaries through the 28th. I'll probably get rid of my far out of the money ones, though. So anything 250 or higher, I'll probably sell. And then everything below that I'll hold on to till the 28th. On the 28th, I'll get rid of those as well, and then I'll re-average my position on January 5th or 6th. I guess should probably clip that. AMD turning up strongly. Nice. Was anybody in on that? I haven't really paid attention to a lot of the Pickles picks from last week because I was really focused on GameStop this week, but I know there were some further out ones that we should probably discuss. If anybody was in the January 145s, 150s, those still look very strong. Yeah. Interesting. Turd, I can't see those. So what conclusions are you drawing from that? I'll have to kind of blow those up. I bought a SPY 465 in the last dip of that consolidation, 300%. Nice. I'm seeing a lot of brokers are going to fail during MOASS, so sell early. Also, that 100,000 million per share is crazy because brokers just won't do it. FUD. Can you please comment? I mean, the brokers will fucking sell your shares for whatever price they can get out of them, right? They collect, fees and commissions on that. They want that money in their brokerage, right? I mean, like, it improves their margin and assets under management. There's no way the brokers don't want, you to make millions on your shares. The brokers are gonna fail, so sell early is just bullshit. I mean, the people who are saying that is it's just like, these kind of conditions have happened in the market many times in the past. These brokerages have survived, many of them, all of those crashes, runs, crazy shit, and the brokers are still there. Sunk cost in effect for weeklies. For the most part. Yeah, RRP's cap was raised. If I stretch the limits of my triangle, I get 1269. Okay. I'm not Moon, but you can have my chair. Thank you, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate that. My husband works at UPS. Holiday spending has definitely increased from last year. Interesting. Thank you for that insight. GameStop could really outplay their competitors this holiday season by maintaining their fast delivery service. Lots of people buy their gifts last minute. Yep. We all pass. Lawrence of Arabia is a brilliant name. Small trading apps will just delist stocks with low daily volume. Interesting. I mean, it's an exchange delisting that would be required to move all the FTDs to the obligations warehouse. They would have to be removed from the NYSE, and that's not there's it's not going to happen. At some point, if enough shares are DRS, let's say 50%, the FOMO to DRS the rest and buy more shares will be massive, don't you think? FYI, not currently DRSing. Um, I mean, we're pretty far from that. I'm not really concerned with it in the short term. There's all the time in the world to be part of the last 50% the DRS. Let's see what the count is at the next shareholders meeting if they release it again. I think people with no faith in the system mindset forget this. Just retails versus the shorts. Short hedge funds gambled with money from more powerful entities and eventually have to pay it back. Yeah, there's always a counterparty. Seeing JP Morgan go long on GameStop in the manner that they did is should show people that there are counterparties involved. There are people that do not give a flying fuck if Citadel burns to the ground and actually want that to happen, right? Like there any opportunity for consolidation of money and power presented to institutions like prime banks or prime lenders, hedge funds, market makers is sought after and taken advantage of to its fullest. If they see weakness in the position and a point of attack, they will attack it. That is capitalism at its finest, and all the greed and fuckery would be on our side. So even though it's been working against us for quite some time, there's potential for that sentiment to shift. Predictable volume on GME around rebalance dates for ETFs. Interesting. Oh, I can't open Google Docs on this computer, turd. um, but I'll talk to you more about it after the stream if you want. Didn't DGAZ squeeze after it was delisted? Why wouldn't they still owe us shares even if they have to find them in the OTC markets? But by putting it in the DGAZ was a different story than GameStop. But by putting it into the OTC markets, they're able to put all of those FTDs into the obligations warehouse. How much do you think they're paying attention to what's being said here and Reddit? By suppressing the price so much, are they engaging in psychological warfare or have we built this up too much? I think both are probably true. Like I'm sure that there's some amount of like social engineering going on, but I also think that, you know, there's a lot of hype and tinfoil hats. Myrna bottom found, reversal incoming, do you think? Let's see. Fucking like, yeah, possibly. But the risk is right there. Like risk at 253, reversal at 259. So it's got quite a ways to climb up. And it looks like the downtrend is picking up some strength. So I'd be wary. There may still be some more downside to that. But yeah, my risk would be at 253 if I was going to enter that. Maybe 250, 253.34. 41, 253. Yeah, 253.50. Let's just say 253, 253.50 would be my risk. And then I would play the upside. There's a lot of upside. You'd have to follow the trend on the upside to that. How the fuck is this open? Oh. So just put my boss. We're gonna buy up all the 950s and 510s and pump it harder than my wife's boyfriend. Hold tight. Oh, that's not gonna help anything. What about my blood red Jan 950s? I mean, you can hold them for an IV spike, but I don't see one coming in. I might hold them out through the 28th because those are just an IV play, and I don't really see any reason to sell them off. Maybe I'll buy a couple more. Those can just print on any IV run, and I'm probably willing to hold them to see how that plays out. If you had Jan 21 185s, would you hold on to those or sell now? 185. If they were a little lower, I might hold them. I wouldn't sell now. I'd wait till the end of today. Maybe wait until the 28th. I I'll probably hang on to my 950s and my 200 and lower Jans until the December 28th. Um yeah, I kind of like that. And then everything above 200 for Jan, I'm going to sell and move forward to Feb. And I'll move those forward for Feb on the 5th. I wonder how much I've lost so far on this play. It could be worse. Missed my Ko-Fi. I'm sorry. Win Miracle, thanks for your DD and entertainment. Bummed about this week, but still bullish for Jan. Hugs. Thanks, Jay. I'm a little bummed too, but what are you gonna do? Um, took that Head and Shoulders a bit to play out, but I did call it. This one, this isn't a Head and Shoulders. This is just like a wedge. I mean, I guess there was one at some point there. This actually looks kind of bullish. Interesting. I wonder if we're gonna fail this. That would be bad. Does what happened so far change your thesis? Or are we still waiting to see what happens through end of day? We still have to wait and see. They've covered on Wednesday before. It's unusual, but it happens. What's your bid ask at? Mine is at 101. It's 47 cents. I'm DFE. Imagine banning DFE. You're not DFE. I've seen your face because you stole my chair. If no run today, would you sell 510s and buy back a little lower later? Yeah, probably. So I have Feb. The contracts I'm going to keep through the 28th are do I have any of these? No. I forgot about those. So I'm going to hold these contracts through the 28th. And then after the 28th, if we haven't run, I'm going to sell these and move them over to February. Everything above those strikes for January, I'm going to move to Feb. So all my other strikes for January are getting moved to Feb. So my 200s, my 220s, my 240s, my 300s, and my 350s. I have one 320 also. All of those are going to get moved to February. After the 28th. Today, by the end of day, if we haven't seen a run, I'll sell off the weeklies I have. The 180s still have a solid shot. I think the 200s probably don't. The 220s maybe, if Ivy picks up, but it probably won't. I know there's still time, but it's good to have a plan. JP Morgan paid $3.65 million for options representing 280,000 shares. I don't know what their strike date was, but they paid $175.48 per share for it. Jan 2024 leaps aren't even that expensive. I mean, they didn't necessarily like. So that 20,800 shares could represent delta, like delta value of their contracts, right? For all you know, this is, like hundreds of thousands of 510s, right? Like there's no way to tell how many contracts. That's why I thought it was delta value, is because the price per share was too high. 100% confirm Matt Kors watches your stream. He straight ganked your stream card. I heard. Well, he's got to get ideas from somewhere. Jan 17th, SLD should be deferred due to MLK. Would this affect GME at all on Jan Feb? It shouldn't. If you weren't already happy with your position, would you try to buy more Feb calls today before we hopefully run, or just wait until 1.5 or after? It'd be averaging down quite a bit for me. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you have an opportunity to average down right now and there's still potential for us to run, it seems like a good time to do so. GME, will GME reach 200 this week? I hope. Um, if I may ask regarding Jan, what's your reason for not holding 320 longer? I'm gonna hold it through the 28th, right? And then after the 28th, there's no reasonable expectation for price improvement in the near term. This feels a lot like Wednesday, February 24th. Price has been stagnant for weeks, like Feb. I bet we halted to close. We'll see. It hasn't been stagnant. It's just been straight fucking down. Um, Perhaps the holidays are factoring in. It runs this afternoon, which only leaves tomorrow and part of Friday. There's no part of Friday. The market's closed Friday. You have 180s expiring tomorrow? Yeah. I have 220s. I have 10 220s, 10 200s, and 10 180s that expire tomorrow. What has to happen for your theory to be invalidated? Nothing in January. Are you at all worried that January will be renamed to January if MOASS happens? I'm not concerned with that at this time. Why do you say the 28th? T plus 6 from the exposure date. So if they have to, if they're not failing the FTDs and they're simply kicking the can through the settlement, um, the extent of that price action could not carry out further than the 28th. Could our model be off by one day? I don't think so. It could be, but I mean, that's why I'm going to hold a lot of those contracts through the 28th, right? We're shaking out the options chain right now. What's it looking like? I would imagine that the near term interest is picking up. Interesting. Hmm. They're getting pretty bullish on gold miners. Odd. GME. Holy shit. Um, a lot of far dated call interest picking up today. Uh, some 190 puts sold for January. Some 200 puts sold. All sold. Some Jan 28th 200 puts purchased, but not many. $205,000 in March 230 calls. December. That's an interesting one to be at the top of the list. OI on those up to 41 contracts. January 21 160s are up. Bought. January 21 200s. Hard to tell. They might have been bought. Feb 18th 180s are up. Open interest now at 700. So it looks like some far dated options being bought. Looks good. Put call interest in dollars is 3.5 million. Put interest 1.9. Not nearly as bearish as yesterday. Is there possible deferment for the T+6 with holidays? No, it extends past the holiday. Rumple. What if I'm holding some Febs 250 down 50%? Average them down. I mean, you can sell them for that window, right? And then average down that way. So, we have like the 28th of December through like the 5th, 6th of Jan. So you could sell here, buy back here, and net the arbitrage on the contracts during that period. That's kind of what I'm going to do with my out of the money shit. At least that's my plan currently, unless something dramatic happens between now and the 28th. No, I don't think it's best to hold a 31 until the 28th. Those are probably better just to move out, Bracco. We still have the rest of today, but today's kind of uninteresting so far. Did you look at Gen 500? No. What about it? Has interest picked up on it or something? I mean, there's a chunk of OI, like 4,000 open contracts. What's the reason for not holding your higher strikes in January until the 28th? Like 300. I'm gonna hold all of the Januaries until the 28th. I'm gonna sell off the weeklies at the end of today. I'll hold the Januaries through the 28th. Anything below 200, not 200s, but anything below 200 for January, I'm gonna hold. Right? So my 180s, my 160s, whatever strike it was that I accidentally bought the other day that was below that, I'm gonna hold those into January. The 200s and above on the 28th, I'm gonna sell, and I'm gonna buy back in for Feb on Jan 5th or 6th. After hours dark pool percentage went up higher than where it was at close. It was a very small 2% increase, however, still unusual given how it has behaved in the past after hours. I haven't seen that before. Generally, it drops back down under 30% after close, but it was sitting at 37.56, which was higher than where it closed. It could just be at reporting 15-minute delay. Seems more likely than any after hours dark pool activity occurring. Holding January 14th 200. I feel like I could hold till next week, and if nothing, sell, roll into Febs. Yeah, you can if you want. You'll lose a little like extra theta because remember, theta is a constant rate. So as you approach the expiration, the rate of theta decay increases. So there's like a sweet spot for theta, where the rate is very slow, and if you keep your contracts below that sweet spot, they won't lose a lot of value over time. So if you're constantly rolling at that sweet spot in the decay, you won't lose as much value. That's usually like it really starts to have a significant increase like about a month out from expiration. Next pay is 155. So if you close above, makes sense to not roll anything farther out until next Wednesday close. Is this your reasoning? Yeah. That's part of it. Yeah, we're currently trading above max pan, which is significant. This wedge is continuing to consolidate. 1 second, let me adjust it. Um, I choose Jan 5 6 to buy back in for Feb calls. 5 days, 5 6 days I don't pay for, essentially. There'll be arbitrage. The contracts will be cheaper. I don't expect any price action during that time period. What times are you looking for dark pool dumps? Thank you. Usually they start in the later afternoon. Like we see the big ones come in the later afternoon. After 1 o'clock, usually. Maybe right now. Um, this may not be a breakout. There's no volume. We'll see. When would you roll a Jan 14 160? I might wait and see if it goes in the money before rolling it, Joni. We're really close to 160, so you should look at April calls. You get exposure to the index rebalance that happens in March. It's true. I have some Aprils turd, some 200s. I mean, I'll just if we don't see, so you're thinking we don't see price action in January? I would say yes, but the number of FTDs that they've already accrued for that time period seems to be significant. I'm going to be clocking off soon, starting my excess holidays, so I may not be able to listen in for weeks. Just wanted to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. Thank you so much, Bradley Mins. I appreciate that, man. I'll see you around. Nope. Still consolidating. Uh, it's kind of a breakout, but do we just track it like that, I guess? Yeah. I think they've hedged Jan already. Interesting. How do they hedge FTDs? Are you just talking about the exposure? But they've already burned 2 of the ETFs. Do you think some Wall Street Bets people that got rich from the Jan run up will start looking into GME again next year? It's possible if they're not just still in it. In Brazil, ETF burns you. If a share is created via an ETF to short GME, creating an FTD that can that FTD be satisfied using stock in another company in the same ETF? Buy DDS to clear GME FTDs that are in the same ETF basket? I don't think so. No, I think the shares borrowed in a creation basket or created have to be returned. I guess if the weighting changes, I'd have to ask. Actually, let me see if maybe Turd knows. That's a good question. Is this it? I don't know. I'm from Wall. I'm Wall Street bets from January and could have sold for life changing money. Cost basis is around 27. I did not sell in Jan and still holding. Nice, taken out Friday. No, they just increase the AUM and keep the weighting low. Like for investors, they want it below 1%, so they'll pump the AUM and not change the share count, but weighting will be lower. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so no, so same amount borrowed, same amount returned. Or created, I should say, not borrowed. Morning, Harley. How you doing, man? I look at it like this: if they don't have their back against the wall, why would they create the meme ETF only to risk burning it, thus exposing part of their hand? Reeks of desperation. And so does all of their ETF borrowing over the last couple weeks. Correct. Or they may even increase shares, but it looks like less because the weighting decreased. Yeah. Interesting. Jesus Christ. There's so much advantage taken from fucking ETFs. It's unbelievable sometimes. I firmly believe that before the floodgates open and GME MOASS will see insane call volume from a few people with inside information. Probably. Do you have a gag order? I'm sure his lawyers just advised him not to participate. What are the advantages of shorting through ETFs? So many. And it's not shorting through ETFs, right? It's share creation. Weirdest looking candle I've seen there. Yeah, that was there's some volatility on this one. So APs can swap underlying shares with other underlying shares in ETF to end up with a proper daily rebalance, even if one of the underlyings is way out of the whack from the real market price. Potentially, yeah. Um, I think more importantly is that like at the time of creation, if the weighting of the stock goes down, they have to return fewer shares. So if you have Jimmy is like 1.5% here and 1% here, is DRS ruining this run up because no volume? No, no, that would it would just create more illiquidity and make the stock gap harder. Random spikes in shitcoins was hedge funds gathering capital to cover. I don't think so. What is our price action since meme debut? Straight down. I know we're bouncing now. That's been thresholded, but it only has like 600 shares of GameStop, so it's not like they can borrow a lot from there. I think they said GME weight went up in XRT, so does that mean they need to return more shares than they borrowed? Yes. BlackRock hicks back at questions over ETF redemption process. Wanted to buy you a brew, wish you happy holidays, and say thank you. I've lurked here pretty much from the beginning. I'm so grateful for you and the community, especially with how SS Stonk has deteriorated. Wishing you and all the pickle people a very prosperous and happy 2020. Thank you so much, Nix. I appreciate that, man. Happy holidays to you as well and your family. What happens with the unreturned shares? Fucking nothing. Oof. As long as the ETF like NAV is settled and it's returned, the basket is returned, then it's returned. As it leaves synthetic shares floating around in GameStop's float. Not sure, but it seems like ETFs allow for a feedback loop to do what all the seller box tinfoilers were worried about if they throw enough money at creation shorting ETFs. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely advantages to the arbitraging and the creation process. There's a cap, right? Like if the volume is sufficient, they can't use ETFs to stop runs, right? Because if we run 20 million volume in a day, the ETFs get burned out real quick. Most brokerages take that long to deposit money for options. It should be available right away as long as you don't have any good faith violations. Yeah, AWS is up and I'm not sure if AWS is fixed, but Fidelity's up and running. 90% of gaps fill, right? Sure. So yeah, the gap at are you talking about the one at like 282? Burning my stomp on plebs to say thanks, Pickleman. I'm still holding thanks to your daily motivation. Thanks for keeping it real with expectations and the reality of these situations. Stay strong, apes. We can hodl. Thank you so much, JR. I appreciate that, man. Happy holidays to you too, dude. So weight reduction means they get to create synthetics for no cost, no margin, no FTD, no future obligation, nothing. I mean, it doesn't look good on the books of the ETF as far as, ownership goes. Like it fucks the people that hold ownership in the ETF. Seems like a pretty straight upward trend there. Yeah, it's nice. It's not 160. It's the fucking 250 EMA. Like, or 250 EMA is at 156.55. And breaking free of that is not proving to be easy. Jesus Christ, the bid-ask spread is huge. Oh, man. How much are 200 Feb calls? I'm new to reading options change, but I think options in GME is great, unlike Super Stonk. 200 Febs? What are they right now? They might be a little up, because IV might be going up right now. Oh, look, finally. Fucking implied volatility for Feb calls. 200 Febs are 16 at the last purchase. Last one bought at the ask. We'll probably pick up one up for like 15.50 a share. That's options pricing, right? So it's times 100. So $1,600. Look at all the neutral orders. Yeah, I think it's because I switched back to it. I don't know why that happens. Fucking weird. All OTC too. What stops a buy order at the ask price? Someone submits a buy at a price. Why isn't it filled? It should be. If you bought at the ask right now, it should fill. Unless there's a standing order. So wait, if they don't have to return the same number of shares they borrowed from the ETF, do they get free tax on the shorted shares that they don't have to return? Just like if you short a stock to zero? That's a good question. I'm not sure. That'd be something for like an accountant or a CPA or something like that. Probably a very specialized one. Christ, how many shares by creation buying? No. Is this a zone of supply or just a super strong tent formation? We'll see if we bounce on the EMA 30 here and continue the uptrend. 1,600 for the call contract, 16,000 to exercise. Unless the value of that contract goes up. DV. So 1,600 is what you lose if the strike doesn't hit. Option expires. Yes. The price you pay to buy the contract is the maximum loss. What about performance centers, concept stores, land centers? They had a lot of hardware set up. These things were red hot in Seattle. I have no idea. I mean, another round of the pandemic and possible shutdowns definitely wouldn't benefit that. Accountant here, no fucking clue. $500. Please put this money towards Moonwind Unbanned Fund. The community wouldn't be the same without him. He's not banned. He's slowly gaining ground in the no votes. Now it's just a 10% lead. No problem, DV. Drugless Farnsworth. Would you use EMA or MA when looking for golden death crosses? MA. That's more of a long-term investment signal. I don't really pay much attention to them, generally speaking. I don't like them. They tend to be like if you buy on a golden cross for a long-term holding, you've probably missed the peak of the dip by a significant amount, right? Like the stock's already recovering when the golden cross occurs. What website would you use to search options again? But it is safer. It's less risk to enter on a golden cross or a death cross, depending on which direction you're playing. I think people are forgetting they still owe. However, they sold ETF synthetic share a real share. Yeah, they still owe money. Like the loss for them is the money it cost. Do you own some GameStop merch? No. Are you planning on getting some? For what? I own like 6 t-shirts, 4 pairs of pants, 2 hoodies, and a jacket. Um, and 1 suit. I don't I don't like owning a lot of shit. You two maybe watch an ad about an earwax tool before coming into the stream, and I have a new insult to call people. Supporting your favorite company. Sure. Like I own AMD, but I'm not buying like AMD keychains or buying video cards every week. Like I bought the company because I want other people to buy their shit, not me. I have an AMD CPU and GPU too. Team Red. Fuck yeah. Well, I actually have a 3070 right now, but I'm gonna return that to Best Buy. You should be buying no fewer than 2 GPUs a week. I'll buy it from you, please. Oh, it was like an open box, and my 5700 is still working just fine. My 50, so I spilled something on my 5700 XT, and so I had to pick one up. Luckily, I found one, and so I bought a 3070, and then I'm gonna return it and put my 5700 XT back in. Honestly, the difference isn't even that phenomenal. Although I'm only playing in like 1440p, so it's like it's probably better for 4K. Yeah, the 3070 works, but I'm returning it, man. You stole my fucking chair. You think I'm gonna sell you my 3070? I'll give it away to charity first. And you know how I feel about that. Is it advantageous to track stocks with the widest bid ask spreads? If so, how would one go about doing so? I mean, I guess you could try to set up a scanner for that. I think you could just probably track volatility, right? Like if you have a wide bid ask spread, there's good volatility. I didn't find it. I bought it from Best Buy. It was open box. I luckily they had one. I mean, they're not easy to get a hold of. Just keep the 3070 and send me the 5700 XT. Interesting. I'll think about that, Daniel Teller. Look at you, so ready to bail on AMD after it made you all that money, Moon. Disappointed. I don't know if I'm concerned or impressed that you own more Roombas than you do suits. I used to have more suits, but I've gotten fat and I can't wear them anymore, so they're in storage. That's the problem with getting like fitted slim fit suits is that if you gain like 2 pounds, you can't wear them anymore. And I've gained far more than that. Secure, aka Charity. I heard you'd be sending me something. You are right, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. I don't like going into Best Buy. I've got an indecent proposal for you, Pefa. You give me a 5700 XT, and I will give you the emotional burdens of my girlfriend who will now nag you instead. Deal? No. I'll keep AMD stuff, but make a new PC with the 3070 you sell me. 1,700 people just check their Best Buy refurbished section. It's not refurbished, it's open box. Check after, if you check after New Year's, they'll usually have GPUs. That's how I got my 5700 XT too. There will be no auction for the 3700 XT. Can we focus on the stock, please? Or 3070. There'll be no auction for either of the video cards I own. Don't FCD me on that 3070. You're not a charity, Secure. 900 FPS is plenty fast enough for League. He is the best mod. That's without a question. I'll tell you what I will send Moonwind. This fucking chair. After I get mine back. Give me my chair, Moon. If you give me my chair back, I will let you buy my 3070. There's no 3070 giveaway. I'm not gonna fucking trade you. I will just give you the option to buy it if you give me my chair back. Is that the XL too? Fucking bastard. What call contracts does Pickle have? A lot. Too many to list at this point. So you pay for the contract up front, and the closer to being in the money, you slowly or faster make your way back to even. Anything above the cost of the contract is profit. Still trying to learn. I mean, so if I bought 155 strike right now, or here, let's go 160, right? I'm paying a premium on that contract based on the current trading price of 157 plus the implied volatility. If we cross 157, the value of that contract will exceed the price I paid for it. If we cross 160, the value of that contract will exceed the price I paid for it, right? And so anything after that break even point is profit. If those profits are high enough, you can cashless exercise that contract. Obviously, PyFile will give me the 5700 XT. I'm very obviously his favorite viewer and Dan. Interesting. If you guys like the video today, I will be sure to not give you my 3070. He is my favorite Dan. He's not lying. I know him best. He was the first Dan, god of the Dans. Father to all Dans. Without Daniel Taylor Hamwich, there would be no Dans. Pay homage to your dad, your daddy Dan. He is the most elder Dan. Daniel Rock is up there, but Daniel Taylor Hamwich, dad of the Dans. Can I be your favorite lurker? I talk once every 3 weeks. Sure. I like turtles. I see doji candles. The squeeze is over. Obviously. Oh, Trash Dan's great. But he's not Daniel Taylor. There would be no Trash Dan without Daniel Taylor Hamwich. D'Antonio Banderas. I think LRC already made their announcement. Hey, I'm the favorite lurker. Okay, hello lurker. I'm sorry. Turtle B can be second favorite lurker. Can you please go into some details as to what exactly causes bid-ask spread to widen so much and the implications thereof? It's quite a lot. The spread widens as fewer and fewer transactions are conducted to either side. The excess amount of shorting means that the bid is generally deviated further from the ask, or selling or shorting, as the bid gets slammed and the ask stays in place, creating a wider and wider spread. As that spread is closed, creates more volatile price action to the upside. It's like an easy explanation. It's more complicated than that. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you, David. You too, man. Your buddy was in here earlier. He's having nightmares about his ex. He should probably bang her again or something to get that out of his system. Jeff the Privileged. Lurking on the low. What's up, A-Rod Bunny? Thank you. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Now they all want attention. Yeah, I know. Why are we experiencing IV crush on GME? Usually contracts are above 100% IV. Now it's only at 60. I mean, cheaper contracts is pretty cool. And what IV are you talking about? Are you talking about like today? I mean, these expire tomorrow. I'm your favorite love-hate viewer. Velvet Jupiter, you love this channel. Don't lie. The Dans own the float. Judge and the librarian. You are the favorite librarian. I do not feel like you have a lot of competition in that category. You may be the only librarian in here. I'm surprised you haven't seen a Danica Patrick, right? Have you ever seen such low volume this late in the day? I mean, yeah, we've had days where we've traded like 800,000 volume. Can you just give those lurkers a possibility to subscribe as themselves with all their power to increase the viewer count without increasing the chat scroll speed? fell asleep listening to the stream. Did I hear my name? No, go back to sleep. Can we invite Koala back? This place is not volatile enough for me today. I'm sure they're in here. They wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to say something bad about me. Hate watching the stream. Keystring exposure and FTDs, huh? I mean, to a point, but eventually, you know, there's no more room to boof. And then they have to go to a doctor and clear the blockage. I'll take that as a compliment, Trash Dan. Right back to the EMA 250. Beautiful. Feb 200C or 250? I have both. I have more 250s than I do 200s. Twice the number, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna sell my weeklies at the end of the day. I haven't found running out of room to boof to be true. It's more of an urban legend. Interesting, the ghost of Dan. Thank you. I mean, but you're a Dan, so, and a ghost. So I don't think the limiting of boof space applies to you. We seem to be the same price movement pattern that occurred between 8.5 and 9.17 and 10.7, 11.23. It's just 3 to 4 days slow climb, sharp down for 5 days, then climb to a big rip around Jan 10th. We'll see. I'm not trading a chair for the chance to buy a GPU. Okay, well, you know, 61%, man. Since anything after the break-even point is profit, is it smarter to have a lower strike price? Yes. Well, it's less risky. Not necessarily smarter, just less risk, but higher cost. So your upfront investment will be more money, but you're carrying less risk by having a lower strike. Safer investment strategies would have you buy contracts in the money by 10 to 20%, so that your contract was impervious to a little more impervious to downward trends. Ghosts have infinite boof potential. Gherk 2021. Thank you for quoting me in the Ko-Fi. Do you think the MMs are setting up an intraday cup and handle purposely to discredit your market knowledge? Oh, don't say these things. Did you roll your Jan calls to Feb? Not yet. Well, I'm going to roll them on the 28th. I wish we had that 11.3 volume. You mean all, like, 30 minutes of it? We're drier than a Delisandro's cheesesteak right now. Oh, so accurate. Pickle, you had mentioned dark pools at market open might not fill until the afternoon. If there's no liquidity for them, the blocks, would they have an excuse to not cover exposure? No. If those blocks are placed and there's no liquidity to fill them, they'll be placed as market orders when the pool dumps. Yeah, I really don't want to try to factor in the idea that short hedge funds are trying to out manipulate my theories. It'd be ridiculous. It's much easier to assume that they're just avoiding risk and exposure as much as they can. Didn't he say he was selling more? But yeah, probably. Tesla up $67 today. Witness me, I am Dan Michael Vincent, Grand Chancellor of Boofing Weeklies. Congratulations, Dan Michael Vincent, assistant to the regional Dan. They're following a guy obsessed with pickles and doesn't even know about intraday cup and handles. Would they drop it like this right before covering? Ivy's not dropping that much. Like Ivy for 30 days out, it's still like 97%. Like Ivy's pretty high right now. Like in the higher range. It's low, but in the higher range of low. You're just talking about weeklies, and those weeklies expire tomorrow. That's why the Ivy's lower at the money. Who has access to dark pool data? Can we do a GoFundMe to leak that data? Man, there's some dark pool data that's available, but not all of it. Two would be the equivalent of 8, 11, and 10, 12 of the previous two cycles. No. And without the gamma exposure from ETF leaps, if you say the hedge funds are manipulating the price to prove your theories wrong, maybe Superstock will finally listen. That's sad. Jimmy spread over $1. Just a little under. Yeah, the range when we're kind of flat is usually somewhere between like 70. It's really like 75 and like 95 for Ivy. It's been as high as like 500% this year. Is next week traditionally low volume? Not always. Feels like more like a supply zone than a demand zone. Weird today. Our difference between high and low is 2.46%. I had to search back to October 5th to find the same time that we're under 4% for the day. Does this tell you anything? No. Consolidation, I guess, juxtapose. Do you think RSI is worth considering? Like the long term RSI, it's not the worst indicator. Max IV was 583. Sorry guys, we broke down because I brought a 165 weekly and I'm not allowed to make money. Is there an IV range you're looking for when buying a call option? Does the strike impact that, or is it more independent? Like I wouldn't buy a call when IV is above X. Um, I mean, the closer to the money you are, the lower the IV will be. Like at the money options generally have the lowest IV, right? And the further out of the money, in the money or out of the money you are, the higher the IV will be. I have 300s. Can you please give me some words of wisdom to make me feel better about them being down 18%? They're only down 18%. I have Feb 300s that are down like 53% right now. You can average them down. You can buy more. You can, wait. They have plenty of time to go in the money. It's not really a concern at this point. Aren't hedgies shooting themselves in the foot by pushing more FTDs out to January? I feel like they are, yeah. Yeah, I mean weeklies are definitely gonna get screwed. If they can dodge this exposure, why can't they dodge January? Just curious, since I thought they could not avoid any of this. I mean, they it takes quite a bit of effort for them to dodge the gamma exposure, and if that's what they did, in doing that, they burned two ETFs that contain GME and put them on the reg show threshold list. Could they continue to do it into January? Probably not. January's exposure is FTDs. So if they can drop the price and reduce gamma exposure. They can hedge and reduce gamma exposure, right? But in doing either of those things, they create more FTDs, which play out during the anomaly window. And there's not a lot you can do with FTDs. Yeah, no problem. How large of a green candle would we see if RC executes all of his $20 calls? I'm sure if he had them, they'd be priced in already. The meme ETF did not contain much GME. No, not a lot. I don't think it had very many shares at all. Thank you for everything. If nothing happens today, that's okay. I have a bunch of hopium for January. Cool. Can you put your tinfoil hat on and tell us some stories just for fun? No. They're playing bend, don't break version of defense. Just one more day mentality, I guess. Yeah, 659 shares of Jimmy. It's low. I know it's not significant. I think the significant thing is the whole fucking thing got just shorted right onto the threshold list right away. Maybe they know they won't survive January anyway, so just them buying a few more weeks. It's possible. With how my bend don't break defense doesn't work in Madden, I expect Jan boom to moon. Are 121 950s even remotely interesting anymore? I mean, I wouldn't buy any more of them, but I'm going to hold the ones I have until the 28th. I do not agree with everything you say, but I do appreciate that you share your knowledge of this, and I definitely benefited from it. No matter what people say about you on Reddit, I do believe you added a lot of value to the whole GME saga. All the best, man. Tom from Germany. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. I'm glad you were able to learn something. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Gex. I know there's on another order, another stock account, there's always a huge MOC order coming in the morning. Always sees a dump off. If this is dark pools or how short without holding overnight. It could be them trying to avoid holding the short position overnight. Maybe it's being day traded heavily, Thomas. I know I'm a little on this behind on stream, but who's your favorite Jeff? Aren't you the only Jeff? Is there another Jeff? It's not 1269 yet. Is the secret to us up, up, down, down, BA start? Let's find out. My name is Jeff. Yeah, but it's not. That's not the same kind of Jeff, Jeff G. Seeing some volume spikes across BB and BBBY. Dark pools printing, possibly. In the same vein as Jeff, who's your favorite Matt? Well, you are now. You can be my favorite Matt. Why does everyone want to be my favorite of things? Non-grunt. Oh man. Jeff, if you want me to. Who's your least favorite Fluffiosa? I don't have one. I like all Fluffiosas. I don't want to be your favorite person who chugs. What if you're my favorite person who chugs without a shirt on? Because we need validation from an internet stranger. Honestly, how have you not learned this yet? I don't really understand social media or its effects. Who's your favorite of least favorites? I don't know. Am I your favorite crypto coke addict? Yes. Who's your least favorite beef pie aficionado? That would probably be Dr. K. Favorite Philadelphia resident? No one. Favorite nut meat? Pistachio. Do you mean that MM short hedge fund can wind down their position over time? If so, by what mechanism, considering their liquidity? Buying the stock? And slowly closing their short position with any available shares in the market day to day? You're operating under presumption that nobody ever sells GameStop ever, and that's incorrect. Who's your favorite chiropractor? I don't have one. Chiropractic is a fake science. Postmaster, you predict a cringelord AMC holder will forge a bronze ape and drop it off by the Wall Street Bull. Will the Dans build a bronze dumpster? Probably. And the thing is, every time those shares are sold, Anytime any shares of GME are sold, you have to assume that the short hedge funds can buy them and use them to close part of their position with lenders. Those lenders can then sell those shares back out into the market and create liquidity. How is this process not just super obvious? That's not an ignorant comment about chiropractics. It's a true comment about chiropractics. Are we gonna have the chiropractics argument again? Fails in excess of 10,000 per day. You a banana boy. Because the ETFs don't have floats, but a fail count over 10,000 a day. Don't crack your spine. Go to a doctor and find out what the fuck is wrong with your back. Like an actual doctor. You're not stating a fact. Chiropractics is horseshit pseudoscience. What about my chakras? I think the meme ETF had like 200,000 shares total. It's just not a lot of them are GameStop. Stock hates chiropractors too. Next, you're going to tell me that Recce isn't real science. Worked with a guy who didn't even finish chiropractor school and would talk about his med school days. Correcting him that he didn't ever get into medical school was the best part of that job. Chiropractors are pseudoscience. Please explain to me how one fixed my erectile dysfunction. Oh, I had some cashews. I'm done with them. You didn't abstain from the last chiropractor rant, a user. I took 40% profit on a Cat 200C I bought when it hit 195 earlier. Thanks for teaching me to take profits and not diamond hand options. Hashtag praise VWAP. You're welcome. I'm diamond handing mine. Maybe I shouldn't have bought like such far dated contracts. Yeah, feels like it's just a lot of money tied up for no reason. God, cat 200s are gonna make more people rich this quarter than fucking GameStop. Do you have Excel on your computer? No. Why? I had a patient tell me that they paid a Recce specialist 1K a month to send them energy over the phone. She would lie on her back at 5:30 p.m. every night, since that's when he sent her energy. Wild. What the fuck? Is it possible with the ETFs they used to short being on reg show that they don't care how far they take it now? That's possible. I'm a doctor of science. Yes. Awesome. Macross 89. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo.
Did they short that hard before the rip on 824? I mean, we went pretty low on the rip before August.
We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
It was on that day on No News that everyone decided to sell. So you're telling me Doctor Strange is a bunch of bullshit? I mean, no. Well, yeah. Wasn't he like a brain surgeon or something, though? My chiro has been coming in 5 times per week for my ED problems. So far, it doesn't seem to be helping, and I don't understand why he takes his pants off each time. I'm not Drew Barrymore's cousin. Gen Criffin, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. Thank you guys for the memberships. I appreciate it. Yeah, the spread right now is 56 cents. No, 46 cents. Isn't Reuters mentioning DRS suspect? Wouldn't that open up the Streisand effect if it was truly effective?
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no.
I have a PhD. I'm embarrassed when people call me a doctor. Meanwhile, chiropractors revel in it. Fucking chiropractors shorting the goddamn stock. Why does everyone keep talking about the big ass spread? I don't know. It's been wide as fuck for months. There's 1,700 people in here. Should be working right now. You're destroying the American economy by sitting home and watching the stream instead of working. Fuck you, Ken Griffin. We'll do what we want. Everyone in here is at work, all right? For the most part, or unemployed. Three months. Woot. Can you look at the options chain? 450, 155 calls. 365, 165 calls purchased today. Almost zero puts. Why are we moving down? Shouldn't that give us up pressure? Yeah. I'll take a look at the chain. But that's based on Delta, right? If people are buying like 165s that expire tomorrow, there's not a lot of Delta in that. And they are. Lots of Feb December 23rd calls at 160. More Marches coming in at 230. That's institutional, I think. January 200s going up. Feb 180s are up. Lots of Jan puts, July puts, July $80 put. That's out of the money. That's got to be sold, right? Yeah, that's sold. Jan 21. Those are sold. Everything's bullish. It's just like sold puts and bought calls. So, and we're still going down. Rise up. This is my third time learning that weeklies are bad. I won't do it ever again. I swear. You're a fucking liar. Anything out of the ordinary happened today? No. My AMC 30 puts are printing pretty hard right now. Congratulations, man. What trading platform with what brokerage do you use? This is WeBull. There's a link for it in the description. You don't have to create an account to use it for tracking. If you want to trade on it, you would have to, but otherwise it's just free software. Um, I also use IBKR, Fidelity, Vanguard, um, Tastyworks. What else? A couple more. Schwab. JP just finished reading your DD. Who? Sold puts, bought calls, and price down. How? Good question. Fun employed. You averaging down my weeklies? No, I'm just gonna ditch him. What about that 137 gap from Feb that wasn't filled yet for puts? What if we moon only after we go back to 137? I mean, I don't know how they get the price that low. 137? There's got to be a fill at that price point somewhere. I mean, we hit 120, 129.50 right here. So how is the gap at 137 not filled? Yeah, 137's definitely filled, man. That's There's no gap there. 6 months flex on the poor is complete. Play one of my songs, you dancing monkey. Oh, visceral. You son of a bitch. I'll think about it. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Despite the options jam, are we seeing a bear pennant forming? Yes. You would know if Edgar's still down? Not sure. I think it was linked to the AWS issues. Thousands of weeklies expiring out of the money every week has given Citadel more money than they've ever had, and that's why they don't feel the need to turn the lights off. I mean, they don't turn the lights off because there are several markets that operate 24 hours a day. um, and additionally, I don't think that many weeklies have been bought this week. Like, open interest, not super high. Why do you. There's no gap until $33 on GME. Thoughts on Myrna? God damn you. Just learn to trade the stock yourself, Victor. I don't care about Myrna. Stop playing shitty bio plays. There were over 3K 510 weeklies yesterday. Why? Any thoughts on the huge dip? They're shorting heavy. Is there any correlation? I don't know if this is shorting. Could be. Thoughts on Spurt? Delisted. Is the price dropping because GME is failing brick and mortar store that's going bankrupt after Christmas? Unlikely. If you have a 160 that expires 12/31, sell or hold. 160. I might roll it, Mike. I'd think about rolling it. I mean, you could hold, but I'd think about rolling it. Not now, when the price is down, obviously. Already at max pain. This is going to be a boring as fuck week. Yep, looks like it. Below max pain. Are people cash settling weeklies? Probably. Took 2 weeks pay time off for the last month of December. Getting paid not to work. Nice. I'm just here for Moonwind's ban. I requested a longer lunch to watch it. Don't let me down. We're not going to ban Moonwind. Even though most people think he deserves a ban for stealing my chair. We'll let it slide. Is there any significance to the increase in IV I see in Market Chameleon on this week's 192.50 and 205 strikes? No. What happened to the upward move expected this week? Nothing. I guess I'll sell my Jan call at a loss tomorrow. I'm going to hold my Jans till the 28th, and then I'm going to roll them. Chances of a run next week, T+2 or T+6, hard to say. They can fail those and push it out even further. So, like, T+6 doesn't feel like the same kind of guarantee that you would get from gamma exposure. I'm going to hold for it and see what happens, but I feel like I'm going to just lose or just suffer even more slippage on my roll. Thoughts on Lauer's Irvin terminal? Would this be something you'd want to use once it rolls out? I definitely want to check it out, yeah. Are you proud of me? I've not bought a weekly ever since I said I lost enough money. I'm just losing money on Feb calls, though. Nice. See, Feb calls hold potential. If we trade flat through February and don't go up ever, I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. There's no reason for us to trade flat for that long of a period of time or at this price point. Every time I see Messenger RNA and the nightmare of learning glycolysis from the 1970s Stanford interpretive dance video comes back. 1269 is here. Let's fucking go. It is here. 225 still a go today? Not looking likely, is it? We forgot to T plus 35 minutes the 1269. I didn't. $225 wouldn't be hard with volume. Yeah, I mean, if volume came in, we'd need a significant chunk of volume. We've traded 614,000 volume today so far. Classic slamming the 1269. Do you think Hedgie's have enough cash to suppress the price for years, or do you think all their tactics are costing them so much they'll run out soon? I don't know how much net cost there is to doing this. I think if there's no pressure, they can do it for a very long time. Can this happen again between Jan 10th and 28th? Most of the price action leading into January 25th is FTDs. So no, you can't can kick FTDs. They can kick the can on gamma exposure by dropping the, I mean, ridiculously, by spending billions of dollars to drop the price of the entire basket to drive it under the exposure window. Um, it could be that they're just afraid of the delta sensitivity and they need to bring the price down in order to avoid it. Um, but you can't can kick the FTDs that you create in the process of trying to do that. Yeah, it's not just GameStop. It's all of them. It's the whole fucking sector. I mean, I think the pressure's there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dropped the price so hard, right? Deep fried donut. Like you don't spend billions to drop the price when there's no pressure for you to do so. Would be smarter to roll my gens now or wait till the 28th. I mean, I'm taking a risk waiting till the 28th. But I have a big enough like position in Feb and April that I can take that risk. You may not be in that same position. What would cause a lack of price movement? I've kept up with the DD, but I don't understand how they don't have to cover this. Also, are there any days we got massive volume at 3 p.m.? February 24th, I believe. Were there any other days that we got massive ended? I think there was another day where we halted into close. There might have been two days where we had upside halts in like the last hour of the day. I know. I heard. Matt Kors stole my thumbnail. It's a bit much, aggro Craig. I feel like that'd be hard to pull off. Like essentially lying to the counterparty. It's not gonna. I don't think that'd fly. Is there anything but confirmation that GME is the whale in the basket? Everything else went up, but GME because that's the one they're most scared of. Do you think Citadel could in fact be profitable from all those contracts expiring on mass pain every single week, and then they use those profits to drag this on forever? No, I mean they make profits on them, but it's minimal, right? Because if everything's hedged appropriately, if they weren't afraid of the losses, they wouldn't have driven the price down. DDS is up $4. Of course it is. Copyright strike core for the course for that thumbnail. He didn't have pickles in his hand. Matt Core said you stole his. Fuck him. My stream started first today. Incorrect. Options trading activity hits record powered by retail investors, but most are playing a losing game. I guess they're following your stream. Seriously? What the fuck? What happens to options during a halt, especially on zero DTE? Oh, you're fucking destroyed. Uh, better hope you have the money in your account to exercise them. All right, so the stock can go up now that I've sold all of my call contracts. Probably. I know it's super funny. I know we keep talking about an infinity pool, but why not an infinity drain? I mean, I think we've experienced the effects of them shorting as much as they feasibly can. I don't have a dog. He doesn't own any dogs. And my duck is cooler than his. September 24th had 10 million volume for the first 5 hours of the day, basically traded flat. Last 2 hours traded 30 million. Yeah, it's possible. Don't short hedge funds benefit their margin by dropping price? Could have shorted a liquid stock to shake out institutions and paper hands. It's possible. This feels like Avengers Endgame. 3 teams going for 3 stones. DRSers, options, holders. DRSers are Black Widow. Final battle is January. Options is Iron Man. Thank you so much, Velvet Jupiter. It kind of does. I mean, we might be in a squeeze. There's indications that we are. And if we're in a squeeze, then a lot of fundamental, even fundamental and data analysis are going to fall short of predicting price action as they attempt to cover and position themselves for the squeeze. So if they've given up and they're going to allow GameStop to squeeze, that's an explanation for what's happening. I don't want to believe that because it seems like an easy way to just give up on finding out more. So if we all buy $10 strikes, we can exercise our 100 shares for $10 each. Yes. But the price of that contract is not cheap. Is it possible they're so fucked that literally all they can do is buy time? Yeah. I'm bullish as fuck right now. Jan equals bloodbath. Gen Griffin, thank you for all you've done. You've helped a lot of people with your knowledge. Fuck the haters. Just keep doing you. Gabe Plotkin is the finest investor of his generation. He will be if he makes me rich. Gary Gensler is Thanos. Interesting. So DRS kills themselves for us. I don't. What do you mean? Chai Pi Fi, the chiropractor of finance. Fuck you, Flory. Stop defending chiropractors. Unless you are one, in which case I understand. It's hard to get into medical school with a C average. Using your knowledge of the stock market, market transactions, and market conditions during a high volatility event, what do you think the shareholders who DRS'd their shares will experience? I don't know. I think that's the biggest problem I have, maybe, is that I don't know. They don't know either, which is why they can't really argue their point. When you say your deck is cooler than Core's deck, are you talking about me? I am. After I found you wandering out of Matt Core's basement on my one trip to Philadelphia with all of those things strapped to you, I rescued you and trimmed your feathers. Um, you've blossomed into a duck none of us ever could have imagined you would be. Trash Dan. With prices as low, do you think there's another big whale or another JPM like institution buying a large stake? It's possible. Those March 18th calls don't look like they're retail. Nature.com article says Omicron overpowers most current antibody treatments, puts on makers. Sure. Didn't we rip every other time they shorted before the GEX covering window? What makes the shorting before this one different? They shorted us below our 250-day moving average. That means they shorted the vast majority of contracts out of the money. They've never done that. We've been in a squeeze ever since the SEC report told us they didn't cover. Yeah, I'll take a look. DM me, pickled cucumber air. I'll look at it. So iron tea, $9.61 or what? What? No, it stopped doing things completely. Is it still on the reg show threshold list? Did I get banned from the channel or he don't see my messages? I see your messages. What's going on, Smooth? I think if they got margin called, and it'll be before the end of January. There's a new broker out in Canada, Mogu, and I think they will let Robinhood die go bankrupt. Interesting. I hope you know how loved and appreciated you are this holiday season. Han, thank you so much. How are you doing? I hope you're having a happy holidays as well. We haven't seen you around these parts in quite some time. Thank you, Han. Happy holidays to you and yours as well. Saw an article today that says the Army has created a vaccine that will handle all variants of COVID. Cool. Who's making it? What if the reason DFE vanished is because he died in a chiropractic accident? You should write a DD about it. Biden extended student loan forbearance. Oh, spending's going to go up. That's good. Thank you for all you do, bud. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Anthony. Thank you so much, man. I feel like we're in an accumulation phase and institutions are moving in. It's possible. I'm way behind on chat. Have an uncle-in-law getting insider tips on a broker trying to win him over as a client starting his own business. He highly recommended VRM as a future huge gainer. Any thoughts? Don't know anything about the company at all. It's okay, hand. Can you elaborate more on options halting and why we need cash to exercise? If they halt an option into close, so like if there's a halt after 3:45 on the day of expiration, you will not be able to sell your contracts. So you do not want to carry contracts into expiration, like their day of expiration, after 3:45 p.m. because you can get burned really hard. I really appreciate the fact that you don't pump up stocks and you're educating your kids on your channel well so they don't YOLO stocks without being completely uneducated. Have I talked to you about Caterpillar? Where and how can I start learning about options trading? Zazie, you can pick up the book Options as a Strategic Investment, or find a free copy of it on the internet and go ham. What's up, Securus wife? Dan for hire. Not talking to me. Can you use the new trading call rules to fuck everyone holding options? Possibly. Which trading call rule? Are you talking about the one where they can halt it for multiple days? The 2 days rule? Maybe. Be wary of it. I can talk to you if you want. Last time you put me in timeout, though. Can I come out from the corner now? That's fine, Dan for hire. I don't remember why I put you in timeout. I think it's because you put my face on Bobby from Bobby's World and I got upset. What if we FUD ourselves about MOASS? What do you mean? What do you mean we could already be in a squeeze? I mean, the signs point to it. Maybe I should write a DD. I told you why I hated Bobby's World already, Fluffyosa. Should we short Pfizer? I mean, but what if the army announces Pfizer's gonna manufacture it for them? I exercised my out of the money weeklies last week, like you told me. Now I plan on selling in the money cover calls during the January run, as per your DD. This was my rent money, so I guess this puts my landlord versus you, but whatever. Just saying. Thank you so much, Stonks Drusel 69. I'm glad you're making great decisions by playing the opposite side of everything I've ever said. Sell $30 April at 142. What? 524th ran from 48 to 91 in the last 2.5 hours before close. Yeah. Write a DD. I know, you guys just want more DD. Discord. What's happening, Daniel Taylor Hamlich? Is it something exciting? Fucking shit, I fucking found it. What did you find? What the fuck is this? GME. Is that their preferred stock? Why are there Class B shares? It says common. I don't fucking know. Converted in 07? Converted in 07. Dan. Wolverine's DMM for options. Interesting. Not Citadel. I'm sure Citadel writes contracts too. Just because they're the DMM doesn't mean they're the only contract writer. Not sure who the DMM is for the equity itself. Okay. Oh, for GameStop, Citadel is the DMM for NYSE. Just talk us through the DD instead of writing it. Save time and get another ASMR video to profit on for years to come post MOASS. Are there still shares due to ETFs from when they had B shares? Who the fuck knows? Maybe. When was the last time volume was this low? So tiny. October. What was it? 8th? Oh, you found the ownership data turd? That's awesome. That should give you some insight into who's fucking doing this, right? Two Ko-Fis. God damn it. Sorry, I got wrapped up in shit. Britain, this is attempt number 3 to contact you regarding your recent comments about concrete sales. C-Suite has caught wind and you are still not replying to HR for a meeting. We expect you to see a 13F provided an explanation in our next meeting. Thank you, Britain. I'm no longer owning. I've hidden my concrete holdings in Brazil. Well, we're not disappointed you chose to work for BlackRock. We want to let you know that you always have a place here at Goldman. We can offer you gourmet espresso at your desk with any flavor of dark pool data you wish. May your Yule spread be wide. Thank you so much, Goldman Recruiter. I will take it under consideration. When I typed GME into TradingView, it gave me an option to track GME short volume from FINRA. Is this worth anything or just noise? Interesting. Did you hear that? Oracle Dan? Dan Hamwich? Selling all my GME weeklies or GGPI weeklies as we speak. If you type GME into TradingView, and it gave an option to track GME short volume from FINRA. Are you willing to do frosted tips if we break 200 today? I don't think that's going to happen. So it doesn't look very promising today. Likely this action for the next couple of weeks. Probably. We've been trying to reach you considering your vehicle's extended warranty. You should have received a notice in the mail about your car's extended warranty eligibility. I haven't, actually. I don't think my car is eligible for any type of extended warranty. I'm not making that bet. I'm not getting frosted tips. Ever. I thought the stock was supposed to go up. Nope. Nope. Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. Just big downs. What kind of car does a Gherk drive? A jar. Would selling Febs after this window and rebuying them in early Jan be a bad idea? It's nice to avoid getting eaten by Theta. No, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Are you a PS or Xbox guy? Neither. PC. 'Tis the season for Frost. 'Tis not. Trash Dan. How about just one tip, Frosted? In retrospect, that sounds inappropriate. No, it doesn't. I mean, I can make that happen, but I'm not going to share the pictures. Does today have the similarities per your DD to the last time we ran later in the day? No. I don't think we're running today. Maybe, but very unlikely. Where do I learn to trade Tesla? Oh, you want to start making money now, Carl? You know what? Maybe 1 week we'll just trade a bunch of Tesla. Why did we run from the 17th again from 139 back up to 156? They closed their put contracts, of which they bought a lot. So is this cycle pretty much a dud? This exposure window seems to be. Unless we see something in the next T plus 3 days. But volume wasn't supposed to be guaranteed today. We weren't even expecting volume. We were just expecting price improvement. The 17th, they washed volume through ETFs. That's why we went up. Hmm. Are you rolling your Jans after the 28th? If it was consolidated, why is it still being tracked? We need a data scientist on here to provide insights. I don't know why it's still being tracked. Sandwich. I've been watching the stream for many months. I've learned a lot. After lots of notes and reading, I finally learned that the price going down is not bullish. No shit. So December 17th was not Delta hedging. We all just got played. I don't know about that. What the fuck are you doing to the stock? They keep buying puts. There's no puts. When? The OI on the 165s is down. They're selling them. XRT dipping again. Hedgy at war with JPM? That wouldn't be very intelligent. This is JPM selling their newfound position? It's that or shorting. There's no in the money calls or in the money puts, so shorting or selling. What is Jimmy going to do if they're deleveraging their position by selling puts? What do you mean? If Gex or the cycle theory was a dud, wouldn't we just trade sideways this week? Yeah. How are they shorting ETFs? Possibly. Hard to tell in real time, I think. This chart feels like a Friday. This chart feels like shit. Thank you for your critique. JPM trying to distract us from the real pay. Have you heard about silver? But they're still able to short XRT and meme and any other ETFs that get added throughout this period for 13 days. So until 1/6, they're able to still continue shorting through these. Price is right, Gherkin is wrong. And the price is what the price is. Rootog, I want a safe full of gold post MOASS. Time to get into the true squeeze. Uranium. That's years out. How do you feel about investing in Clove or Bear Stearns right now? They're going to at least 148.20. I don't know. I think we've found some support at 152. This has been support previously as well. I think it was a resistance and a support back here on the 20th. And it acted as a resistance again on the 16th. What do you make of the recent 23andMe chart? 640, 690 the last few days. Something about warrant redemptions tanked it. Um, I don't know. It's I still think there's like an opportunity for entry, but I think it's like a long term play. Like I'm not super interested in playing this in the short term. We didn't issue warrants. No idea. Ask Stefan. He's super into that company. So the DTCC does not have the ability to simply refuse to buy shares at 100K or a million. I keep seeing more and more content. The DCCC can simply refuse to buy shares during a squeeze. Where? What content? Show me this. Like the DTCC is obligated to cover their members' loss. Wouldn't IGH be the most targeted ETF short based on the number of GME shares they have? I think aren't there like Vanguard funds with more? Or the Schwab fund has the most, right? Has like a million shares. Feels like a good spot to buy options. Feels like a shitty spot to sell them, we'll say that much. Just shilling for the Dans. Become a Dan today for the ultimate Wendy's dumpster experience. If you don't want to become a Dan, come see us. You'll never feel clean again, but you'll be coming back for more. Okay, VWAP Dan Seipel. YouTube channels such as Al from Boston or Lou versus Wall Street keep hammering this whole DTC can refuse to buy. Who the fuck are those guys? Like I don't think any of those people have any fucking market experience whatsoever. They're just like social media like sock puppets. I've seen videos from both of them and it's just nonsense. Fucking pushing AMC and trying to get followers to their like vlogs. I'm sorry for the amount of FUD coming your way after today's action. I just ignore it. How's the thesis? Fine. Get what you deserve for all the harm you've done. What harm? Go fuck yourself. Return to Pickles picks on Monday? Yes. Why won't Kenny let me make money? Oh, he's a prick. If retail owns over 5x, the float 5x over, wouldn't DRS number be at least as high as the float by now? You'd think. My FIP 200 here down 50%. I think it's about average downtime. If there's any consolation, anyone that has truly been following the stock, plus your theories, knows that it's not a certainty and accepts the risks. All good, bro. Still love the stock. Same. Can you do that wrench capital voice? Gotta love the shills who can barely speak English. I don't care if they can speak English or not. How can haters claim you've harmed anyone if we're all independently informed investors making individual decisions based on individual research? Because they don't believe that. How the swap stuff came out a while back, Ray Morgan Stanley, and was that any way to avoid these exposures? It's possible. Switch up timing, cover Gex to discredit your options theory and keep FOMO out of January. Last ditch effort. I mean, I don't think it was to discredit my theory. I think it was to avoid the massive amount of exposure indicated by Yella's delta sensitivity, right? That's why they would want to drop the price, because they couldn't risk having upside. But it doesn't matter, right? Because all those calls are far dated, right? So that risk remains. So the question now is like, how long can they drive the price down before it catches up with them? I bought my Feb 200C when we were in the 130s. I'm basically even. I plan to hold since there's 2 more months before expiry, and 200 is not that far off. We can end over 200 within a day or two. We could do it in one day. You think retail really owns the float then? Maybe. I mean, we had at least 80% of it in June. Has there been selling? Yes. Has the buying pressure been higher from retail than the sale pressure? Yes. I don't know if we've netted that extra 21% since then, or sorry, 22% since then, but probably. The Google surveys indicate that our ownership is far higher than the vote count would indicate. So it's possible that the float was already owned at that point. I've located a site in Excel for you. I'll be delivering it this coming Tuesday. However, much like your movers, I'll be requiring an $800 tip payable in advance right now. Oh man, fuck those guys. It would be ironic if the lack of price action is because the options buy stopped from being able to roll. People have been bemoaning the exact thing that could be cementing MOASS. BNP Paribas actually thieving money out of online bank accounts in France. Interesting. Anybody seen shares returned? I don't think so. Fidelity had some return this morning, but I'm not sure about IBKR. No, IBKR down more, 10,000 more borrowed since this morning. I personally like these days. It reaffirms what I learned from you. You don't shrivel up and back down from your ideas. You roll with your conviction. Thanks, Red Ranger. Guys, look, if you get burned with calls, you should still have enough shares to change your life. Playing calls is a bonus and something to do for the degen. Don't sweat all this. Yeah. I have 5x positions with SL at 135. Should I be worried? SL. Okay, that's not. SL. What the fuck is SL? Is that ticker? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. And if we're gonna run, the price has to hit 160 eventually. It's true. If someone's found guilty of stock manipulation, you could potentially sue them for losses, yeah. It'd be a complicated case, but you could sue for them. If not just for the losses, for damages on top of that. It'd be probably a class action suit, but yeah, you could sue. What is this pattern called? I don't give a fuck. I have far dated options. Fidelity at 513, so a few more return there. Oh no, some borrowed. If Fidelity's at 513, that means some were borrowed, right? Wasn't it at 600K this morning? Yeah. So Fidelity's got some borrowing going on, about 140,000 shares. I'd imagine somewhere in this drop. Two more hours. Could be the dip before the rip. Maybe. Maybe just nothing. Is Chase Bank one of Kenny's backers? Maybe their big play is hedging Kenny's bets. I don't know. I know Morgan's the prime for Melvin. Walking into Wendy's Wonderland. All right, Trash Dan. That's amazing. If anyone is interested in becoming a Dan, please go read the Gospel of the Dans, part 1 through 4, on r/Dillionaires. You can read your heart's desire and booth Pickles. If like a true champidan, all of this is also this is a flex. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seibel, for both the flex and your advertisement for the Books of Dan. Gospel of the Dans. You guys really think that once the company makes any bullish announcement like the NFT marketplace or have a good quarter, we will go parabolic? They will not go easy. Monster dips and MSM FUD galore. I mean, I agree. I think any announcements that aren't any like pre-announcement would just be nonstop FUD and massive short attacks. Like it has to be announced, it has to be huge, and it has to be completed for it to be a catalyst. Because you have to completely shift the sentiment in an undeniable way. What are you looking for in comments when you decide to answer them? Usually just a tag. Sometimes the chat moves really fast and the chat will jump around and I can't like follow them in order. I try to follow them in order. But generally if I'm tagged, I'll read them unless they're just bullshit. Like Tim Timmery saying incoming Carly Rae. I don't know Tim Timmery. It could be. But this isn't a completed Carly Rae. A completed Carly Rae would have realized at least this price level or here. We can't just assume every bullish reversal is a Carly Rae. They're specific and important. IGH has 1.7 million shares of GME. Short volume has been consistently over 50%, nearly tripling on some dates on this downtrend. Coincidence? Absolutely not, DC. Maybe outside investors don't care about good news because they feel the price is too inflated. It's possible. Any second now, 40 million volume on a single candle, straight to 1K. If we halt into close today like I predict, can you mod me for a day so that I can ban Moonwin? Yes. Is there a way which short hedge funds use JPM as a prime broker? Way to find which? Probably. Is there one more day to cover? No. If covering occurs after today, it's because they're covering ETFs, not because they're covering from gamma exposure. Are you planning to roll those delicious 31st 200Cs? I'm going to sell them. What am I doing for Christmas? I don't know. Not streaming? Probably just look at the stock, hang out with my portfolio. The usual. What are you dressing up as for Christmas? I don't do that. Why are some people obsessed with announcements? The highest we ever ran was with no announcements back in January. A shame SSDRS spam drowns out the option strats to replicate what happened. Yeah. Carly Rae Jepsen has some bops. No one's sleeping on Carly Rae Jepsen, man. By stacking up those FTDs, are they risking putting GME on reg show? Yes. If they were creating FTDs in GME, but they're not. So it's just all the ETFs. I'm sorry, Papa. It's been so long since I've seen her. I'm starting to forget what she looks like. Also, hope you have a happy holidays. You too, Tim. Thank you so much, man. Are you gonna bother selling your December 23rd 200 or just ride it into the ground? I'm just gonna ride it into the ground. They're worth what, like $7 now? Maybe the really large whales realized MOASS ain't this year, so they are temporarily allowing contributing to the drop the price for year end and tax accounting purposes. Eh, possibly. You could speculate all kinds of things on that front, but we'd have no way of knowing. PieFi knows the deal. We Dans are the best bull milkers around. In fact, he's one of my most esteemed clients. Don't lie to the people either. You know you love. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. I've never made any type of business arrangement with the Dans in those regards. Nice try though. If we halt into close, I'm becoming the largest sea mammal and growing wings. Don't ask people what options contract you should buy, man. None of them if you don't understand how they work. Because you're just giving your money away. That's not how that works, Misael Julian. Those 50-cent puts are Jesus Christ. They're not married put calls. There's no equivalent open interest on the other side of the chain. Pipette 2 exposure periods that didn't go as planned. Is it logical to think we may have been margin called and now we're just waiting, especially with JPM going long? It's possible that a margin call has occurred, but I don't think we have any real proof of that. Not, at least not yet. I mean, we have some implication, but nothing confirmable. No, people don't dress up for Christmas. That would be insane. It looks like we're about to hit the diagonal support on the 1 hour. Yeah, possibly. From after the reversal? Yeah. So your theory is dead. Nothing happened again. What do you mean again? This would be the first time that nothing's happened. Maybe we'll start covering last 10 minutes. We'll see. I'm going to start doing the opposite of what you say to do. I'm convinced the hedge funds have a plant in here. Probably Moonwind. Maybe. Could the ETF covering that could start tomorrow launch us up into the 250s? I don't know how much fucking they have to cover from GameStop specifically. Gaming exposure sounds like grandma exposure. A fantastic video series. And God. Could they just create a new instrument to hide, obscure, delay various events, such as covering gex? I mean, if they do, it's not one that we are aware of. It seems pretty obvious that they just used ETFs as much as they feasibly could to short the stack. I'm used to taking long short bets, ride or die. We stream until 2023. That's when the squeeze will happen. Sure. We're gonna have to play other stocks though if we're gonna go out that long turd. Does it help the stock if I stick a Cornish out of my nose? Also, if it doesn't, how do I get it out? Thoughts on the terminal? It could be useful for retail with the asymmetric info we have compared to institutions. Yeah, it sounds cool. We'll see. I haven't even looked at it yet. I don't know. Like, is it going to be better than ones we already have access to, like koi fin or unusual whales? Hedge funds collateral comes from prime brokers rather than retail brokers. Essentially, DRS won't have much effect on shorting. Are you asking me? I don't think DRS has any effect on shorting currently. Why people being so douche today? Douchey? Do you think people went balls deep into weeklies? Some of them probably did. Like 5-10 weekly. Yes, I was asking. That was an article in Yahoo Finance. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think DRS has an effect on shorting unless they're starting to use actual GME shares to short the stock, which has not happened yet to any significant extent. We saw a small bump in the borrow rate recently on that big fucking dip. But outside of that, no, the borrow rates remain stagnant. I don't think they're really borrowing any significant number of shares that they don't return almost immediately. Obi Dan Kenobi, thanks for everything. Have a great day. You too, man. Have a great holiday as well. A lot of red options on that board. I thought you'd always told us to run from GME options. To run from? Oh, I'm just gonna like average these down. I'm gonna hold them out through the 28th. I hope that you literally YOLO any of my donations or money on 510 weeklies. I'm all in 170 and 180 weeklies, but unlike some people, I won't complain if I go to zero. Christmas miracle incoming. Let's hope so. Chiropractors are fun. Douche, is that some sort of fancy wine? I think so. I'm slightly nervous with this price action craziness. Always gets me a little excited. I was hoping to make some profit on Jan calls, but whatever. Yeah, me too. Paid for the theta. Might not get realized. About 120, 200 weeklies, and I'm getting burned. Can't be upset because these risks are worth the rewards on the weeks it hits. And their Jan exposure is compounding. Yeah. I'm holding my Jan 950s all the way through. Only have 6, and they're not down much, so who cares? Gonna add a few Aprils if we keep dipping. I think we're running next week. We might. Who do you think you're talking to? I don't just want out of wage slavery. I want that good life. 510's still the day I die. Hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. I wasn't referring to you. I was referring to the guy named 510 Weekly. How does V look on the daily to you? It actually looks good. Massive upside. Does it just look bigger than it actually is? No. It went up $4 today. Why is it $3? Well, peaked at almost $5 up. It looks good. A lot of vendors have been cutting Visa though, because their fees are too high. It didn't Amazon announce that they were cutting Visa? I'm not sure why it's rallying, except the SPY's going back up. It's just getting dragged up with the market. Is Cat doing anything interesting? I'll just keep holding. How's CBV up? Probably pretty uninteresting. It was pretty flat this morning. I must confess, I'm not actually listening to the stream. I'm just sending these flex on the pores as a pigeon well and a Dan shill. Riku. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel, for not listening to the stream, but still paying me money. Buckle up YOLO into 0 DTEs. Oh boy. Thoughts on the Jonas Brothers? No. Sorry, Han. Do you use a reverse osmosis water filter? Of course. Do you have thoughts on the loop ring chart? Do I? Let's find out if I have thoughts on it. It looks good. It looks like it's coming out of that accumulation period and ready to move back up. I think it's just moving up with the rest of crypto, though. I wouldn't say it's specifically more bullish than anything else right now. Crypto just went on a massive down spiral, so I expect a lot of it will realize higher prices in the next few weeks. That's LRC right now. But it looks good. Consolidating. Possibly another upside breakout. I'm not sweating my weekly losses or Feb-April declines, but I'm concerned that there's something we're missing in the thesis. If they can avoid these exposure windows, can they escape January? I don't think so. I don't think they can hedge FTDs. I don't think there's any way to avoid it. They have to satisfy the FTDs that are due. And since they've created so fucking many of them, I don't see a way out. With those FTDs not being in GME, that could be a concern as the price continues to drop and ETFs that weight GME daily are no longer weighting it as heavily in January. It's possible that the effects of those FTDs will be less dramatic. I guess that would be my highest concern. So when I joined, I didn't know what a Dan was, but my handle is because my name is literally Dan. But when finding out about the Dans, I just went with it and found the closest unmanned dumpster. This is the way. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. I appreciate it. They're mostly intact from early this week. I mean, I bought some December 31st for this week. Not many, and they're not mostly intact. They're down 57%. They always find a way out. Then it's if that's the case, then there's no point in playing the game, right? Please do a DD and clip on the potential current squeeze. I probably will. What if they make an FTD ETF? I would say that they've managed to rein in volatility over 1 year and consolidate the price range bound. I think this demonstrates an insane amount of control. It does. But the only way we know that it gets out of control for them is forcing them to hedge delta and exposing them to gamma. So I think there simply isn't much gags. They did the math and found that shorting it so hard was slightly cheaper than running it and also benefited their margin. Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's a lot of gags, but by shorting it synthetically, right? I mean, they didn't really use a lot of borrows. Like they didn't borrow a lot of GameStop, right? So the shorts are synthetic, and so by doing that, I mean they still have exposure. It shifts it, but it's still there. It doesn't get rid of it. I'm not sure if you missed my message or didn't think it important. This could be the lowest volume day all year. Number one is 817,000. Yeah. We're in store for possibly the lowest volume day all year. We still have time though. There's another hour and a half till market close. Could we be entering the second shoulder of an inverse head and shoulders? On what time scale? No. This looks like an inverse, like an ascending wedge. And it doesn't look great for a breakout. Like it's not bullish, right? It's decent trend line on the 15-minute. Looking like this may be the dip before the next $25 rip. Maybe. Is liquidity bullish as fuck? Illiquidity, yeah. I mean, it definitely raises the potential for a squeeze. It's hard to have a short squeeze without an illiquid underlying. Full of FUD, fix it. Get rid of it. Do you still believe in the theory? It doesn't seem like anything is working out for us. I do. Um I think it at least helps us understand how they can manipulate the price within the confines of it. You mentioned DDS. Thoughts on BBBY for Jan? I like BBBY as like a long-term play with their share buyback over the rest of this quarter. I think it has some potential, but on a short-term time frame, not so much. I like DDS. Super low float. Seems to be involved in the same antics as GameStop. I'm kind of interested in that actually. I know they just had a big run up to 400, but off of this bounce, it could run again and quite substantially given the lack of shares available. How did Spurt squeeze? What was the cause? It was moving into a delisting, massive short interest, huge options volume. We were discussed the massive OI on extreme out of the money puts, i.e. 121.50 strike. Yeah, they're used as a hedge for replicating baskets for variance swaps. If you check out Zinco's DD on the subject, use Zinco 83's DD. There's just some really good information in there. I missed my super chat, but thanks for everything. I didn't. Oh yeah, I forgot GME options paid for my engagement ring and AMC bag holders. I got engaged during the saga thanks to this channel Discord. Thank you, PiFi. That's fucking awesome, Bob Lewis. I'm glad to hear that, man. Congratulations, by the way. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, if anybody wants to check out that DD, volume variance and dispersion, oh my. Carl linked it right there. Good information. If you see massive open interest on January 28th, can't they as well? And prepare to deleverage themselves? Or do you think do you feel they can't wiggle out? I don't see how they can wiggle out. They, but once all the shit FTDs, they just have to run the stock, right? I need to be held. The FUD is thickening. Why don't you just like go turn on your shower, nice and hot, and cry on the floor until you're better? I wish I had money to average down. Without the 100K, without the AMC 100K crowd, it would not be possible. Girk, you didn't answer my question. What was it? Did you tag me in it? I don't see it. Just ask it again. Cough, cough, Discord, DM, check. God damn it. Dan for hire, you're really pushing my buttons. That's disgusting. The only catalyst to get FOMO options would be some sort of bullish indicator announcement from GameStop. I can't imagine the team would want to give time to shorts, but January needs a catalyst. Yeah. Well, shorting through ETFs costs a lot more, potentially to bring down GME's price. Yeah. As on a real note, I was diagnosed with ADHD as a result of tuning into your stream every day. Is that like a good thing? Like you just had undiagnosed ADD and you found out about it, or ADHD and you found out about it, and now your life's better? Or is it like the stream has caused ADHD? Do you think them straight shorting is indicative that their exposure was minimal, or that they're just ignoring covering at this point? I think the exposure was minimized by the shorting before the 17th, before we moved into that expiration. Um, I think that maybe we bounced and stabilized due to a small amount of covering. And the shorting that we're seeing now could just be the fact that they're done. But I'm not seeing in the money puts really coming in yet, so we'll see. I'm fucking stoked. I'm in on this incredible stock on such value with the opportunity to be educated on its innovative growth plan early. Not to mention, shorts haven't fucking closed. Exactly, VWapopotamus. ADHD. I have PTSD now. Don't forget Lambo's tweet was filtered through their lawyers first. Hey, I'm getting Wendy's for lunch. Are any of you here right now? This will rip in power hour tomorrow. Don't say that. How far do you think we could go down, and for how long? Fuck. Where did we find the floor last time? Like 130-ish? Are you 100% expecting in the money puts before we consider this covering complete? I'd expect more of them, but not necessarily. Golden Cross on the daily MACD. Nice. 138. Yeah, probably around there. The stream has caused ADHD. My work quality has just diminished. My coworkers don't know what I listen to every day, and my wife is jealous. Do you have any idea how much exposure Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund has to GME? I can't find a straight answer. I'm not sure. Absolutely would love if we went down to 130 again. Cheap febs. Yeah. Hypothetically, my Gen 160 will get beaten by Theta if I wait until next week to see if we run, because I'm thinking rolling out to March 230. Better idea since they avoided covering GEX. March 230 is an odd strike to choose, but possibly. Why is everyone freaking out? We're down 3%. I don't know. Because op. We all wanted op. The VCI is in my spreadsheet. What's the holdings, Jared? I don't think there was enough of a bump for that, though. So I think they might have forced them in and then they just fail. 1.8 million. That's a lot of fucking shares. I didn't know they had so many. Was that more than IJR? Bunch of noobs feeling the FUD. Yeah, we've all been through it, though. You see the price tank guesses until the 10th of January. I think today can still work out. I have less confidence than you do in that. Running out of time. Can you zoom way in and start freaking out and make everyone feel better? Boosted Siggy, I really just don't have any idea who that is or the relevance. 20 million in volume, end of day. That'd be cool. Just give your Reddit post and award. Thank you, Wombo Combo. I hope it was a snake. Snakes for MOASS. Outside of trade spotting, is there any other YouTuber you think has good content on GME and general investing TA? None that I've come across. There's good info, but most of those places don't really talk about like current investments. I just downvoted and unread your post. Thank you, Fluffiosa. I appreciate that. Guys, make sure not to forget to head over to Reddit and downvote my daily DD. It's a big help. Do you think Cohen could release the NFT project and not announce it, given that MSN would twist it negatively? It's possible. I don't think so. I mean, they'd still announce it. They have an obligation. My only concern is that you think apes make options plays is a necessity for MOASS. Is Jan Feb or even beyond? I could care less about price action since our thesis is the price is wrong. My only concern is if you think apes making options plays is a necessity. I could care less about price action since our thesis is the price is wrong. Okay. Meditation. What is your question? You're not even tagging me properly. How am I supposed to see your question if you're not tagging me properly? What's the biggest percentage that you've seen in Power Hour? Quite a bit. I don't think we're gonna see that. RC would hold an NFT day and ask for folks in schools to join GameStop. Did you weigh in on Trash Dan and Tire Dan's debate at 1:30 this morning regarding the eggplant emoji? I didn't see it. I don't know if I'll ever be out of GME. Even without MOASS, this has become my first successful savings account with the bonus of unprecedented upside and very limited downside. I agree. Just clicked to report is that how we make this public. We are the media. Since? What? CNBC realized an article showing options how retail keeps losing money on buying deep out of the money calls. It's good to know that CNBC has the backs of those not buying calls. That's. I hope Power Hour comes in hot and rips your skeptical face right off. What will you do then? Make money? Oh no. Will you briefly run through what you think the next couple weeks will look like now? I hold out some hope for T+6 to see shares returned to the ETFs that they burned, shorting the stock down into the exposure date. Slim, but I'll hold out hope all the same. If that day passes without any price action, I expect pretty flat until the FTDs start rolling in. How many calf raises am I doing in your honor this afternoon? 21. Weighted. Gotta work those calves, man. Feb 18 250 seem reasonable. They're probably pretty cheap right now. Do we have more potential for downside? Possibly. I don't know if I'd be entering options positions at this moment. I'd be looking a little further out. Does lack of price action change your expectations for January? No. Since JP Morgan is bullish on GME and suggests squeeze end of this year and into January, but your prediction on cycles that we will go down till Jan 10th, what's the smartest way to proceed? I mean, you can. I'm still holding Feb contracts mediation or meditation. If I didn't have a position at all, I would just wait. I'd wait a little bit longer. I don't think that it's just going to start out of the blue. Like there's going to be some run into it, and we're priced low enough that's not like you're going to get priced out that quickly. If the squeeze were to occur unexpectedly, but yeah, I don't think we'll see anything this year. It's possible if we see a turnaround in T+6. and they start covering the ETF shorts, then maybe. But that's only out on the 28th. So you can take advantage of the lowered IV right now and get long-term contracts and just let the fuckery ride out until something good happens. We literally ran the last 30 minutes on Wednesday in Feb. What's possible? Tag PyFi, please. Yeah, if you have a question for me, please tag me. It's at and then pi-fi. Do you think RC or GameStop tweeting would actually kick my ass off? No. It just depends on him tweeting, possibly moving the stock. It's not like RC is Elon Musk or has even close to the following Elon does, you know? So, yeah, I don't think a tweet is going to kick off MOASS. Unless he just says something blatantly manipulative, which I don't think he would do. Was there a way to determine how violent this window should be? If so, what did you expect before this? I mean, I didn't expect us to drop $100 from our high of in November. I expected a decline, but not that much. That was insane. Tag, I'm it. Thanks. Is that a good time to invest in the Turkish lira? What's the play for the Jan 950s? I'll shed them on the 28th. Crisp? Crisp is a pickle? I don't know. Margin calls have put an end to all of this, but how do you get them? JP Morgan announcing unhedged long position. Believe it or not, shorts. Yep. Gotta keep the other investors away. I'm not selling my shares. I'm gonna try it one more time. I know you get a lot of questions. Do you think apes buying options is a necessity for MOASS and Jan Feb? I think apes buying options, retail. I'm gonna say apes. Retail buying options or institutions buying large amounts of options is a necessity for a short squeeze. There is no short squeeze without options. I do not think it is possible without options exposure. End of day pull. On which end of the eggplant is the head? The top. The green part. The green part is the top of the eggplant. Oh, trash can. That's where it's like it's got like that's where its stem is. That's where it grows from. Why dumping 950s on the 28th? Why that date? That's T+6. So if they're gonna cover ETF exposure, they're gonna cover it then. Otherwise they're gonna fail it and kick it out into January. At which point, I don't need to be holding options for the short term. Oh, if GME squeezes and we see MOASS, the post MOASS prices are going to be fucking all over the place. JPM equals Michael Burry. I may have been early, but no, I'm not wrong. It's possible. I mean, they would know better than us. Why is it called an eggplant? That's a good question. Where's a good place for a pickle tattoo? Don't you dare get one hand. That's a terrible idea. I just tuned in. Has anything changed on when we anticipate FTDs to play out? No. Thinking about it, why wouldn't the JP Morgan announcement not cause some shorting? If it did signal a line in the sand, if nothing else, so institutions can get in cheaper. Possible. No squeeze without options. Starting super strong drama earlier this week. Sure. It's only not guaranteed if the bulk of apes sell, though, right? I mean, a squeeze isn't just guaranteed by owning the float. Like you need the shorts to cover, and until you can break their margin, you can't really get them to do that. They also contain a lot of nicotine, eggplants. Hmm. I know you didn't just call the green bit at the top. The green bit at the top of the eggplant. It is. Can you Guybrush the last for at least end of day rip? I don't know where the screen, like, I don't know where I put it. Was you smoking eggplant? No. It's not the base. It grows down from a vine, not up from the ground. Like, the eggplant you're describing, like, if it was. Like, that's not how eggplants grow. What am I missing? Trash Dan. The amount of miscellaneous information you know astounds me. Thank you, Glider. The top of the banana is the part you break off when you peel it. Next should be telling me the courgette is called a zucchini or something equally ridiculous. The quarterly report showed that DRS accounted for more than the float. What? Oh, if the quarterly report? Could the squeeze happen without heavy options play? You're saying FOMO at that point wouldn't be enough? No, I'm saying that'll never happen. I mean, God, like, there's. How is there even a question of this? Like, obviously, we know where the head of the banana is, and the eggplant is the same. This banana is not upside down. I'm having eggplant parmesan for Christmas. It's gonna be so good. I'm gonna eat so much of it. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it in my kitchen. I'm gonna eat it on stream. I'm gonna eat it all day, every day until it's gone. I ate the banana the long way. That's disgusting. Yeah, but they're monkeys. Who cares what end of Who cares what end of the banana a monkey peels from? Goes like this or like this. It's definitely image number 2. Oh, I see what you're saying, but that would imply that the top of the eggplant, like the vine is the shaft and the eggplant is only the tip. That's fucking retarded. No, 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 no. That can't work. Put a little squirt emoji at the end of the bottom image, trash can, and I think you'll get where I'm coming from. If the eggplant's just the tip, like, that's a medical problem. No, sir, they're not selling. They're debating eggplants. A DRS 2 shares in WeBull. Congratulations. What the fuck type of shit did you guys get into while I was AFK? Jesus, y'all need them. Is the eggplant the official vegetable of ComputerShare? Is an eggplant a melon? You never peel a banana from the stem side. Unwatched, unsubbed, and unliked. You have to do it like the monkeys peel from the non-stem side? No. It's a berry? Interesting. How do you know if the eggplant is ripe? The firmness? coloration as well. I think an overripe eggplant will be very dark purple. Check out that huge 16 million volume candle. I see it. It's 16,000 volume candle. I wouldn't call it huge, but it's there. How is it easier to peel it like a monkey? You just break the top off the banana and pull down. That's so much simpler than trying to like pick apart that weird little bottom part. The official vegetable of the dance. We've established that it's a berry. I don't know what these emojis mean. I missed the sexting phase of my life, Elena. I like the first two in equal proportion. And I'm not really interested in the second two at all. You guys peeling your bananas? You gotta do something until MOASS starts. You guys sexually harassing Gurk? I think so. Like a Cavendish banana? I've had those weird little blue ones that taste like ice cream. Chat is consumed by shit talk. Dude, look at your boy DDS. I should have bought options on this fucking thing this morning. Yep. Imagine that bounce. 227? It's fucking up like $30 in 2 days. Must be nice when the fucking hedge funds cover the short on your stock. Fucking bastards. What will never happen? DRS that many shares or MOASS without options? Either one. Tag you on Discord in general chat? I'm never gonna see that. Do they need to cover the gamma exposure? Is this day totally unexpected? I mean, whatever exposure they have until the end of the day to cover. How dare you run an ad, YouTube? I'm in the middle of an important debate. How dare you not use ad block? How in God's name are you still sitting at 270? What? Power Hour song is the catalyst. Today's the day. Today's the day it works. I'm not running ad block to help you steal money from my innocent ape self. No, they can't cover into tomorrow. Not from, if they're covering tomorrow, it's from ETFs, not from gamma exposure. That's disgusting. I don't like the wild banana. I'm only here for Power Hour song. Then I go dark again. Fair enough.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Why is it every time I leave the stream, people assume I'm making plotkin? I hope one of Gabriel Plotkin's friends watches this stream and now uses his name as a euphemism for poop. I bet like 90% of all trades occur on the toilet. Whichever end of the eggplant the stock touches is the answer. Interesting. The stock is just simply going to run into this part of the eggplant because that's the tip. Is the rhubarb a fruit or a vegetable? Isn't it just like a purple celery? Something what? Didn't even read that. We know because we see you eye blink Morse code saying you're going to DRS your plotins. You know what's amazing? Honey roasted peanuts. Mm. I need to turn off the magnet mode. There we go. Mm. Depending on what Tesla closes at tonight, I would say up. Man, Carl, I fucking nailed that dip on Tesla, didn't I? I could be making so much money doing something else. Damn it. There. No, this isn't market manipulation. I had some knowledge on these subjects before GME, Jettle, but yeah, most of it's been recent. These are not like things that you learn in school. In school, they're like, this is an exchange traded fund, and then they move on. Motion to invest in a survivor-style reality show starring Kors Plotkin, Tofik Fazula, and Dr. Metzler called Shilligan's Island. Thank you, Han. Do you make bank buying Tesla zero DTEs? Yes. I think Max Payne's 155. Mm-mm. Spotted your recent SS comments have been awarded the snack. I know. Why does Matt Kors want to be you? So he can finally make money playing Tesla options? Komodosh, chances of a big old green candle going into close? 4%. I'm not Moonwin. I'm awkward lone. My son thinks he's funny. I've given all the naysayers all kinds of snacks. It's just a petty game on there. I see. Is a snack a good thing? Yeah. Snacks for MOASS. All right, last one for today. Join the Dans, or you can come see a Dan behind the Wendy's. Our milking skills are top tier, and trust me when I say one of my most high profile clients agrees. Riku, much better. View up, Dan Disciple, much better. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the chat, not a trader was stirring because we traded flat. Do I finish this? Abso-fucking-lutely. Since exposure is a dud, what now? Wait for FTDs or ETF exposure. I think the Snake award encourages like the tinfoil mindset. Thanks, Joey. Get ready to make me a mod because we're about to halt. Not until we touch that eggplant. Not till we touch the tip of that eggplant. And then I will mod you, and then you can ban Moonwind, and everything will be right in the world. So it's just still trying to touch the tip? But I turned magnet mode off. Let's find out. Have you been contacted by the Popcorn Doc brothers? No? I don't think so. What's the name of that one? I've been contacted about documentaries, but I don't know the names of them. Mayo Man Debt Collector. How did GME end up in these seemingly endless repeating ETF future cycles? What is the origin of these anomalies? Will they ever stop? Thanks for your work. I think we ended up in these cycles and they decided to try to obfuscate their original short position in order to no longer have to report it. So people would stop trying to squeeze them. I love the tinfoil. It's provocative and it gets the people going. I think that after November of last year, a lot of paranoid people ran out of things to do on the internet. If you can't tell, Pi-Fi is the second most famous client behind a very famous singer discussed earlier in chat. With them, though, it's not like that. I just sell her jars of organic bull mayo yogurt. As for her boy, he likes it weird. You know it. Thank you, VWAP Cyble. I appreciate it, man. Merry Christmas to you and the Dans. I hope your holidays are festive and sticky. Nothing happened with exposure. I'm pretty sure all the other Jeffs are pores, so small flex on the Jeffs. Thank you, Jeff the Privileged. The chart is moving. I agree. It's moving towards the tip of the eggplant. I mean, we've touched the tip of the eggplant so many times. Guys, don't look. GME's about to go up. If this next candle is green, then the eggplant wins. How's that? Wait for it. Oh. It's running away. Gross domestic product. The eggplant? What happened to today's expected price movement? Oh. I think they shorted it under the gamma exposure in order to avoid the delta sensitivity that yellow was indicating. You selling your weeklies? Why? They're worth $4. Would linking to your gherkinite profile somehow tomorrow be the new best link for your daily DD? Interesting. No, I have no problem working with the mods to try to defer any fears of me using bots or attempting to game the system. So I will not be linking to my daily posts any longer. Or for those of you guys that haven't heard, if you want to find them, you can find them on my Reddit profile, and that's that. Don't worry about it, Miguel Obama. Happy to have you here, member or not. Why don't you post DD on Wall Street bets? I mean, I'm gonna get shit flinged at me either place, right? Who knows you more on Reddit? RRP guy or low volume guy? I don't I don't know. Everyone wants karma for something. I don't know what. Did I get in trouble? No, no. There have been accusations of me using bots and possible brigading due to the links to my daily DD. And so I've agreed to take those links down so that those accusations have no merit. Thank you, bots. I appreciate the donations that you guys make from doing your hard bot work. Is the karma worth it? It's meaningless, JC. Aren't you supposed to be paying the bots, not the other way around? I don't know how it works. What's your preferred window and time to use? What do you mean? Moonwind with all caps. You could have gotten any upvote box and you picked us, dumb fucks. Little do they know that most of my downvotes come from the people who watch the stream daily. What's the karma to IPO shares Reddit ratio has promised you? Nothing, unfortunately. I have no idea who Laser Haas is, but manic and paranoid sounds like a lot of people I run into on the internet. Which is super strange because it's clear that someone is following you through your discords and all to yell brigading anytime they can. Whatever makes them happy. I am here merely to pay tribute to my favorite stock. What's the Dan's cut of my money? Oh, the Dan's pay me for free advertising. I'm definitely a paid Dan shill. Why do you think I let them exist without banning them? I mean, come on. Has no one done DD on this yet? We're also supposed to get the bull mayo that J-Pow needs to fuel the market. This goes deep, guys. You're playing 2D chess. Sounds like you've done better on CAT and AMD since the end of August, to be honest. I mean, my gains on GameStop are still in excess of any other stock I've ever owned. But yeah, since August, I've definitely done better on Cat. AMD's been good. But I got back in on those leaps on a sweet dip, so I hope the poorest have witnessed the beauty of a pigeon well Dan. Embrace that lady VWAP and join the hive mind, Riku. Riku to you, sir. 2D chess, aka chess. Exactly. If you could pick one country where you're Tommy Lee Jones in Japan famous, which one would it be? Czechoslovakia? No, that's not a real country. The Ukraine. How far are your AMD leaps? I have them for January 23 and 24. We should get some Aprils too. Nah. The narrative that the economy and the SPY must crash in order for GME to mass seems off. Thoughts? I mean, how much thought does that really need? I am making butter chicken. That sounds delicious, actual dealer. Does XRT always look like a barcode like today? I'm not really sure. I don't track it very often. At least not on like the 1 minute. You should feel pretty privileged that VWAP Dan Seipel Pigeon Whale donated you all of his dumpster earnings today. I am. I'm very honored. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. Pimps the Dans for their dumpster money to buy cat contracts. Now you're learning. From a TA standpoint, how's next week looking? I mean, if the bounce continues, fine. Reason for no decks covering? Shorted it below the exposure. I think that's the most likely explanation that I have. What signals weak and unstable to you? It not clawing its way back up to its previous trend after SLD. Like SLD happens, it corrects, and then it claws its way back to its previous trend before correcting again on the next SLD date. If it keeps going down after SLD, then maybe we're in trouble. But the SPY just tearing it up today. Tearing it up yesterday too. Just straight fucking up. Like looking absolutely amazing. It doesn't give two shits. It's just gonna run up until the 20th of January. That's the next SLD period. Then it'll correct again. Just wait until GME announces they will listen to another company and make an announcement about the crypto they will accept for sharing announcements with Reddit. Can you elaborate on the "then we're in trouble" bit? Which bit? Is a leap an option contract with an expiry over a year or more out? Yes. There's specific contracts a year or more out. Can you tell me your price prediction for end of January? Something like 600. I'd like to see us break 350. How's that? Anything after breaking 350 is fucking awesome. But I'd like to see us break 350. I've waited a year for it. I think we deserved it. See you in the AM, Dominic Joseph. You have a good night. No selling. Definitely not in public. Buy shares if we own the float. What are you talking about, critical hits? Which is probably false. Why buy these options? Well, first of all, if we don't own the float, right? It would say we own like 98% of the float. Then the delta from the options would tie up the remaining liquidity at a significantly higher rate than people could buy the stock. So it solves the issue without it even being addressed. Someone asked Pi-Fi if we would break 170 last week, and he giggled. Yes, but if we do, which is the DD all along, then it just applies additional pressure. Why are you typing like that? Type in one sentence, so spamming the chat. Did koala change his name? See you tomorrow, hits. Did you go up this week because no Guybrush? Why are you suppressing GME? I don't know what you're talking about. That's really it, T-Max. The leaps are specific dates, and they become available a year out, or more than a year out. So you just say tomorrow will be particularly brutal? I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. Probably just max pain. Kind of right where we're at right now. What do you think a port would do if they only had 3 contacts for January? Roll them forward. Exiting the weeklies? Never. I mean, I already got rid of my 180s and 200s. But the 220s, they're here to stay. Sold my weeklies. We can moon now. Can you please give a quick clip-worthy summary of what's going on with regards to no hedging today and what that means? There was never supposed to be any hedging today. They were supposed to cover their gamma exposure. They shorted the stock down below the exposure window, meaning they drove the in-the-money options out of the money, reducing their exposure. And then they have T plus 9 plus possibly 35 to satisfy those FTDs. If they're unable to FTD those, that would indicate that the person doing the shorting or borrowing the shares from those creation baskets is not an AP. Because an AP should be able to FTD it. $546 million shares traded Jan 22nd through 26. If Reddit bought and held 15% of that, we've owned all the shares outstanding since then. Yeah, Reddit didn't buy and held 15% of that Fernium. Most of that was options and hedging. There was very little buying, like, of actual stock going on during that period. There was a lot of hedging going on. Everyone bought in Feb and after March. What happens with no gamma coverage? Nothing. Do you have any plans for Reddit's IPO predictions? I sure as shit won't buy any of it. I hate to ask, but at what point in your thesis is your thesis invalidated? I'm not saying we're there, but at what is the theoretical point at which we need to search for a different explanation? January. If nothing happens in January, it doesn't mean that, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that the theory is invalid. It just means that not enough options were purchased to validate it. That's a fair question. Thanks, Scaff. No problem. I'm about to tune out until after Christmas. Can I see calves as a Christmas treat? Absolutely not. Did you just say the O word? Shill. Exactly. I think we're all awaiting GME news of something. Someday. What could invalidate the thesis? Trying to think. I think there's enough OI that we'll see hedging against the FTDs that are due in January regardless. I don't know if there'll be an FOI to cause a gamma squeeze. I mean, that's really the question. The amount of options that need to be purchased increase with the amount of synthetics made. I mean, if the idea is to tie up the liquidity in the options chain, then yes. Will you post some of that sweet eggplant into the Discord for us? No. Oh, you mean like the one I'm cooking? I thought you meant something else. Yeah, I'll post that. Check out the massive intraday bull flag on GGPI. Goddamn. Fuck you, Dan for Hire, and Trash Dan. I don't want to hear anything about GGPI. LRC is ready for NFTs and has first on-ramp rolled out for level 2 counterfactual. The stage is set. Awesome. I'm so glad that NFTs are going to be, sure. Let's see, there's enough OI to cause a gamma squeeze. How high can we run on minimal gamma pressure? I mean, the hedging can help. If the price is running already, right? And there's lots of contracts held, and the delta on those contracts increases, that causes more buying, right? So, I mean, you'll get a ramp, but no squeeze, like last January. So you had FTDs that pushed the ramp, and then everyone cash settled, and the ramp went bye-bye, and there was no gamma squeeze, and they shorted the fucking stock. It's about as simple as it gets. Did Moonwind get banned over Chairgate? No, Moonwind's not banned. I don't know where the fuck he is. If Jan doesn't happen, will the floor still keep getting higher? I mean, right now we're below the floor. So, good question. You're not banned. Shut up, Moonwind. Well, no calves. I guess I'll get off now. Have a great holiday. Don't you be showing calves since I'm leaving. Definitely logging off for now. Okay, guys, we're gonna do calf things. I'm not taking so many photos of my calves now that he's gone. GameStop won't launch this month because there won't be enough buy pressure available to rock it. I was pretty hyped for today until I realized just now that the stream title is not GME Christmas Lambo. All things being equal, is there more options pressure on short hedge funds for 22 Jan options than 2021 January options? I assume you wrote the same date twice, but I'm going to assume you meant, is there more options pressure than last year? Fuck no. Is the stock way more illiquid? Yeah. Is a market crash good for GME? If so, why? If not, why? It's not, because it's a market crash. So you've got a bunch of funds that are short GameStop and short literally fucking everything else. And you think somehow a market crash is going to be bad for them? The crash would have to be very, very severe for it to trigger, to act as a catalyst for a short squeeze. Last January, I exercised my 9 options in Robinhood after they turned off the buy button. This is the way. Richie Rich is definitely old enough to open a brokerage account nowadays, and I think he lives in Seattle or LA. If DRS is useless or damaging, don't think it's damaging at all. Why would they tell the amount in the earnings report? I'm not saying DRS screwing the options, just curious. Why? Well, first of all, when you have 8% of your float closely held, I feel like there's probably some sort of reason that would have to be reported to the SEC. If not, it's just because people requested it. But reporting DRS does not validate its usefulness or change what it does. GameStop was the only stock in the ETF baskets that didn't have any gamma exposure. Why did the other stocks run? Because people buy options on them. Thanks, Kirk. I'm no longer a gay bear. Are you a straight bear? That's unbecoming. Second lowest volume today on top 10 chart, sitting in the mid-November volume right before the run-up. I think this is promising. Could be. Or it's just shit. I've been saying that all over SS, and someone just thinks it's a secret message. Interesting. Getting a lot of Russian fun bots in here. On the basis of materiality, it would be significant to disclose from an accounting perspective. For example, insider shares in the notes are disclosed and DRS is at the same levels. Yeah. I think all of those reasons are far more likely than you guys need to DRS the float because I said so with my tweets. There's literally no reason for them to want us to not DRS. Us holding their shares is good for the company, and DRS adds an extra hurdle to sell. RC said buckle up 6 months ago. That's the end of that comment. What is silver good for other than moving properties? Buy gold. It's needed to be used on tech. Yeah, I mean, at least, yeah, gold does have some use. To be honest, these drops do, but isn't silver a better conductor than gold? Just harder to work with. The BBBY buyback is ongoing for the entirety of this quarter. A user, don't spam Russian things in chat. Since other meme stocks ran, and this proves that they're in a separate basket now, right? No, it doesn't. They simply had gamma exposure where GME did not. What would invalidate this? If it can't be disproved, it becomes meaningless. We have lots of data and support. Anything that would refute it. I mean, I guess if they don't have to cover, if they find a way to obscure the FTDs in January, that would refute the theory, because that means that they have an additional loophole in which to hide FTDs. There's none that exists that I know of, but yeah, a lack of FTD promulgating purchase volume would be a failure of the thesis. So I guess at the base level, if we don't get the FTDs to push the options contracts to higher delta values, causing a gamma ramp, then that would mean that the thesis is, wrong, right? Because it would mean that they could obscure their FTDs as well, which would just mean that the entire cycle of shorting is endless. Oh God. Those aren't bad calves. Not mine. Mine are better, but those aren't bad. Silver's a better conductor, but it tarnishes. Okay. Isn't platinum in catalytic converters? Violent upward movement. Halt into close. If one of the planes that works on used silver wires for its onboard iron lung, those wires stayed after the iron lung was removed. Huh. Volume wasn't there. Today volume isn't there. Where did it go? No options. No exposure. It could just be a lull. A year ago from today, there may have been less expected value from ETF returns. So you may have just seen lower leap volume. And lower quarterly volume for November. Maybe, they didn't have a lot of faith in, quarter 3 and quarter 4. So we could have seen a lot lower institutional interest, which could have reduced gamma exposure and thus volume. That's kind of what I got. November not seeing the volume was, strange, but we saw the price improvement, which was fine, right? This time we saw neither volume nor price improvement. We saw a massive price decline, which, lowers their exposure. I guess it was sufficient because we don't see them covering any of it now. If the idea was to drop the price under the exposure, in order to protect their naked call positions, right? And then, there's a T+6 window from these ETF shorts. Then we should see it go up by the 28th. And if we don't, then, they've probably failed. It doesn't really seem that hard to understand what has happened here. It's just, why take the risk? Silver has more industrial applications than gold. Additionally, it's conductive, undervalued, and largely banks don't hold it. Central banks just don't bother. Interesting. I wonder how much of a silver surplus there is. Are we actually going to squeeze silver? It's no longer a meme? But can they roll creation through CNS? Because it's not a short sale, right? It's just a sale. I've mastered 0.1% gains. Congratulations, M. Flurry. I'm glad you're up. Paperhands Portnoy tweeted a video of Little Yachty wearing a GameStop t-shirt. Awesome. Correction, rhodium is only $11,700 an ounce. Happy holidays, Elena. I'll see you later. Sorry, Pickle chat. What is this? Some sort of... Oh, I missed it. Where did it go? Pickle chat Christmas poem. The first few verses are in your DMs on Discord. Amazing. 'Twas the night before MOASS, and all through the chat, not a pickle was stirring because we traded flat. The far-dated calls had been purchased with care in hopes that the hedge funds would weep in despair. The Daniels were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of dollar signs danced in their heads. And Gherk in his snapback, with Carl in his lap, had just settled his brain for a long winter's nap. When up on the chart there arose such a clatter, Gherk sprang from his chair to see what was the matter. Away to his PC he flew like a flash, clicked straight through to WeBull and opened the dash. High volume candle had started to grow. Gherk's tanned Persian face was a wash with green glow. Thank you so much, GME Easy Money. MOASS's poet laureate. That was amazing. Fourth lowest volume of 2021. Let's fucking go. Sure. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. It's too bad it didn't go as expected. What the fuck is this? That was a chunk of volume right before close. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for our last stream before the holiday break. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. All of you new members and those of you hung in there and didn't let the FUD get to you. Well done. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Good night, guys. Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.